Chapter 843 Taiyuan Saint Wei Starlight. Fang Xingqian roared furiously as his powerful aura soared into the sky. It was as if he had shattered the dark clouds. The clouds parted and the moon shone brightly, revealing specks of stars that shone with dazzling light. Streams of starlight descended, and Fang Xingqian's body unleashed a suction force, absorbing all of the streams of dazzling starlight into his body. An astonishing aura rang out, and Fang Xingqian's body was engulfed by the starlight. When he reappeared, he had turned into a starlight giant that was 10 feet tall. This starlight giant was extremely strong. Its entire body shone with a dazzling brilliance that shone in all directions. It was very strong. Compared to the previous starlight giants, it was many times stronger. The terrifying pressure repelled the air around it, forming layers of ripples that swept away. Boom! The starlight giant punched out. Its huge fist was like a meteor that fell from the sky. It carried the terrifying power of starlight and destroyed everything. It directly smashed a demon elite into pieces. Fang Xingqian, who was only at the 6th level of the extreme human realm, could defeat an ordinary 7th level of the extreme human realm. Even if he faced an 8th level of the extreme human realm, he still had a chance. Now that he had transformed into a starlight giant using the secret technique of Taiyuan Saint Wei, his strength had skyrocketed. He could easily defeat an ordinary 8th level of the extreme human realm. There were many demon elites that came to invade this time. The strongest was at the Earth Spirit realm, while the weakest was at the 7th level of the low human realm. With such strength, it was impossible for them to block the fist of Fang Xingqian's starlight giant. The Canggu Saint burst forth. The endless sky saintess attacked with all her might, and Fang Xingqian used his secret technique. The other geniuses naturally didn't dare to be left out. They all used their strongest moves. Secret technique, or bloodline power. Instantly, the geniuses' strength increased by a lot. They became even stronger. For a time, the opponents of the geniuses were killed one after another. However, there were too many demon elites attacking them. It felt like they couldn't kill all of them no matter how hard they tried. They met another opponent, a powerful opponent. It was difficult to defeat them in a short period of time. The demon suppression sergeants of the Diligent Dragon tribe helped to fight against the demons while protecting the injured. They quickly brought them away to treat their injuries. Otherwise, if he died here, he would really die. It would be better to live and recuperate, then fight the devil race again and kill more devil race. That would be more meaningful. Chunzong could sense everything within a kilometer around him. It was a wonderful feeling. He could control the demon-slaying arrow as if it were his own arm. Wherever he pointed, it would hit. As soon as it left the bow, the arrow would be shot at him. Under these circumstances, Chunzong relieved many heaven's favorites of their stress and allowed them to survive until today. In the air above the demon race's camp, numerous black figures stood tall, exuding overwhelming demonic might. They were the demon race's titled monarchs. Human race, this brat might become a scourge. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Demon Emperor Tianlin spoke up. His demonic might was torrential as it spread out. He's just an extreme mortal. You and I are making a mountain out of a molehill. Demon Emperor Tianxiong chuckled and said to the air, "Go, kill him." The surrounding air fluctuated, but there was nothing. On the walls of the demon suppression fortress, Chunzong was suddenly startled. An inexplicable sense of danger attacked him, as if it came from the deepest part of his soul. Chunzong woke up in an instant and broke away from the state of sensing his surroundings. He felt lost for no reason, but now was not the time to feel lost. Chunzong knew that an invisible danger was rapidly approaching him, wanting to kill him. The source of the danger was undoubtedly the devil race. His eyes were as sharp as swords. He quickly scanned the area, but found nothing. He could not figure out where the danger was coming from. The invisible danger turned into an incomparably heavy pressure, constantly attacking him. Chunzong's face turned solemn. He stopped shooting demon-slaying arrow, put down the demon-slaying bow, and pulled out the heavenly will sword. His void sword force was activated to the extreme, and the demon's slaying armor moved without any wind. He was on high alert. But even so, Chunzong still did not feel at ease. This sense of danger that could kill him at any time made Chunzong uneasy, but it also brought great pressure to Chunzong. When a person was under pressure, their nerves would be tense. Being tense for a long time was a great challenge, and it could even cause a person to collapse. Chunzong's willpower was unparalleled. There was no doubt about that. Even so, the pressure of this terrifying sense of danger was very frightening. It was like an invisible mountain, fiercely pressing down on Chunzong's sea of consciousness and heart, making him almost unable to breathe, especially when this kind of danger could not be determined where it would come from and how it would appear. The unknown always made people more fearful. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead, slid down his cheeks, and dripped to the ground. It was a soft sound, but in this chaotic battlefield, to Chunzong, it was so clear and ear-piercing. Every breath seemed to be as long as a year. Every breath became incomparably slow, and it constantly entered his ears. It seemed that he was the only one left in the whole world. He had been abandoned. The deep sense of loneliness made Chunzong very uncomfortable, but he had to bear it. It seemed that he was the only living person left in the whole world. This feeling was even more terrible than being imprisoned in a cold and dark room. People with weak willpower would collapse at once, and then go crazy. Chunzong's willpower was incomparably strong, so he could remain clear-headed in this deep sense of despair. But this loneliness turned into despair, spreading rapidly like a virus, constantly swallowing Chunzong's willpower and dragging him into the abyss. Suddenly, there was a flash in front of his eyes, and everything really disappeared. Chunzong could clearly distinguish this kind of disappearance. It was not the disappearance caused by the previous suppression, but a real disappearance, as if he had been transferred to another world and brought into another space. Before, it was loneliness, but now, in addition to loneliness, there was also a kind of gloomy and dead silence pervading with despair. Ha ha, ha, gloomy, vigorous, sharp. All kinds of strange sounds kept coming from the gloomy and dead space. They were full of evil, constantly invading Chunzong's body, penetrating into his sea of consciousness and straight to his soul. If an ordinary warrior faced this situation, even if his soul was not broken, he would be greatly disturbed and extremely uncomfortable. His willpower would be chaotic, and he would not be able to maintain his strength. But Chunzong's soul was strong, and his soul sense was more powerful than ordinary people's, so he withstood it immediately. However, the demonic sound was continuous and mighty. Wave after wave, it became more and more chaotic. Chunzong unconsciously frowned. He mobilized all of his spiritual sense to resist this attack with all his strength. However, he gradually became weaker and weaker, because his soul sense was constantly consumed in resisting, but the evil sounds seemed to be endless. In an instant, his soul sense was exhausted, and the terrible evil sounds with the power of destruction instantly pierced Chunzong's soul, trying to destroy it. The soul was the foundation of a human being. Some experts lost their bodies, but as long as their souls were strong enough, they could continue to live or even seize other people's bodies to cultivate again and reach the peak. Therefore, the soul was more important than the body. In a person's life, the importance of the soul was ranked first. If the soul was damaged, it would greatly affect a person's cultivation and even life. It was much more serious than losing an arm or a leg. If the soul was destroyed, a person would die directly, and there was no chance of survival. But at the same time, the soul was an extremely mysterious area, and it was very difficult to be touched. In fact, the evil sounds could not directly attack the soul, but they could indirectly affect it. When the effect reached the extreme, the soul would be destroyed. At this moment, Chunzong felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt an intense pain in his head, as if invisible blades and sword chi had entered his head and were violently strangling him. He wanted nothing more than to split his head open and empty it out. But Chunzong was still rational. If he really split his head open, he would die an unnatural death. However, this kind of destruction to the soul was too painful. It was so painful that Chunzong's face was distorted and his facial features were ferocious. He could not help holding his head with both hands, and his fingers clasped his head tightly. Blue veins bulged on the back of his hands. If Chunzong did not have a little bit of rationality left, he would have burst out all his strength and crushed his own head. If that was the case, it would be too stupid to die. Hang in there, I must hang in there. No matter what, I must hang in there. But the evil sounds did not stop. They were endless, and they would not stop until they destroyed Chunzong's soul. Chunzong felt that he could not hold on any longer. The flame of soul was like a candle in the wind, and it was about to be extinguished. At this moment, the heart sword seal, which had been silent all this time, suddenly trembled and burst out with a silver divine light. The divine light was vast and mighty, and it swept across in an instant, as if a god had descended to the earth. The evil sounds that filled the sea of consciousness and constantly affected the soul were instantly silenced, as if a duck had been choked by the neck. Then the evil sounds that were constantly coming from outside also paused in an instant. They fell silent and returned to nothingness. The heart sword seal trembled, and there seemed to be a sword chime. Chunzong could not hear it, and neither could the others, but the person who had attacked in the dark heard it. In the ears of the person who had attacked in the dark, this sword chime was like the sound of the god of death. It was unstoppable, and it directly destroyed all his resistance in an instant. Then it directly attacked the soul. In an instant, the flame of soul was extinguished. Outside the demon-suppressing fortress, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. The figure was pitch black, as if it was wrapped in black bandages. It was impossible to see the figure's appearance, but it was surrounded by an extremely strange and cold aura. The figure fell from the sky and landed on the battlefield. In an instant, its body was strangled by the terrifying power of the battlefield, and not even its bones were left. This scene was insignificant, and only the demon emperors of the demon clan noticed it. Their expressions changed drastically. They knew very well who the corpse was. He also knew that they were the ones who had sent the assassins to kill Chunzong discreetly so that no one would be able to stop them. However, who would have thought that not only did the assassins fail, they even ended up dying in the process. Chapter 844. The demon emperors didn't understand. They thought it was a human expert secretly attacking. However, to kill the other party without a sound and without a trace, what kind of method was this? Since when did the human race have such a mysterious method? For a moment, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. With such a mysterious expert protecting Chunzong, it seemed that it would be impossible to assassinate him by directly destroying his soul. Since that was the case, they would kill him openly. How would they kill him openly? Would the titled monarch experts attack? The titled monarch experts on the human side would also intercept them. The profound sky experts would also be intercepted. In an instant, the demon emperors immediately ordered the demon king level experts to attack. Because at this moment, there were demon king level experts in the demon suppressing fortress. However, these demon king level experts were blocked by their opponents and couldn't get away. However, more demon king level experts immediately moved out. With the help of the winged demons, they quickly rushed toward the demon suppressing fortress's walls. With a boom, another giant demon slave smashed through the walls. Another giant demon slave fell with its head blown off. Dense arrows pierced through the air, killing many winged demons. During this time, some of the winged demons who were killed didn't have time to send the demon elites to the demon-suppressing fortress and directly fell. Although the demon elites were powerful, they didn't have the ability to fly. After falling, they were quickly submerged in the battlefield. Not even their bones were left. In this kind of war, life was the most worthless. Chunzong didn't understand what had happened, but he was sure that he had survived the crisis of death. He hurriedly took out a large number of medicinal pills and swallowed them to help his spiritual consciousness recover quickly. These medicinal pills were exchanged for by Chunzong with merit points. They were very helpful for the recovery of spiritual consciousness and were very valuable. With the help of the medicinal pills, Chunzong's spiritual consciousness recovered slightly. He once again drew his bow and shot the demons. While shooting the demons, he recovered his spiritual consciousness. At this moment, Chunzong felt a cold gaze piercing through the air like an invisible sword chi, locking onto him from afar. He immediately looked back and saw a pair of cold eyes. The murderous intent in them seemed to want to annihilate him. Chunzong stared at him fearlessly. He recognized the other party as the king-ranked formidable martial artist from the Demon King race who had fought with him in the Earth Demon Abyss and forced him to use his forbidden technique, sword comprehension. He thought that he had died in the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss. It was good that he wasn't dead. Immediately, Chunzong took out a demon-slaying arrow and aimed it at his opponent. Then, he released his finger. With a bang, the demon-slaying arrow shot into the sky. The arrow, which had always been successful, suddenly missed because the Demon King level expert had dodged it. However, the demon-extinguishing arrow that he dodged hit another Demon Clan member and killed him. At least his efforts were not in vain. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Demon King level powerhouse's figure rapidly changed, following an irregular curve, approaching Chunzong at an astonishing speed. This kind of erratic and rapid change immediately made it difficult for Chunzong to lock onto him. Since that was the case, he would use his sword. Without any hesitation, Chunzong kept his demon-slaying bow and pulled out his heavenward sword. In a flash, his sword pierced through the air. Back in the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss, Chunzong was not the other party's match and had no choice but to use his forbidden technique, sword comprehension. Even so, he could only compete with the other party at the beginning. After the other party used his secret technique, he was suppressed once again. Now, things were different. With the increase in cultivation and strength, Chunzong had become even stronger. King-ranked martial artist. Chunzong was not afraid. Not long ago, Chunzong had fought with Wumayuan once again. In that battle, apart from using secret techniques and forbidden techniques, Chunzong had used all his strength. As for Wumayuan, he had also used all his strength. In the end, Wumayuan had the upper hand. However, it was very difficult for him to kill Chunzong. In fact, it was not easy for him to injure Chunzong. At that time, Wumayuan smiled bitterly. Chunzong's cultivation was not even at the 8th stage of the extreme mortal realm. He was only at the peak of the 7th stage of the extreme mortal realm. However, he was very close to becoming a king-ranked martial artist. In other words, the difference between Chunzong's strength and that of a king-ranked martial artist was very small. All he needed was an opportunity. Once the opportunity came, he would be able to step into the king-ranked martial artist realm. In this battle, I want to become a king-ranked martial artist. Wielding his sword, Chunzong closed in on the demon king-ranked martial artist at a shocking speed. His eyes were filled with determination. The opportunity was right in front of him. This was a feeling that had never been wrong. Mystic Heart Transformation. Spiral, 9 revolutions. At that moment, Chunzong's speed was increased to the maximum. His sword pierced through the air, causing the Demon King-ranked martial artist to be stunned. His face turned serious. He remembered very clearly that a few months ago, this human was no match for him at all. It was only because he had executed a forbidden art that he was able to temporarily contend against him. But now, even without using any forbidden art, this sword strike actually brought about a trace of danger to him. In a split second, his killing intent grew. His speed increased again, and he became a sharp black light that pierced through the air. In an instant, the two figures crossed each other. This move was a draw. Chunzong was not surprised. However, the Demon King-ranked martial artist was extremely shocked. He had used 100% of his strength in this attack. He wanted to end the battle quickly. However, it was blocked. What's more, the power contained in the other party's sword was very strong. He turned around and attacked again. In a breath, Chunzong had attacked hundreds of times. Hundreds of sharp sword lights were densely packed, covering the Demon King-ranked martial artist's entire body. It was so tight that not even a drop of water could escape. It was as if the Demon King-ranked martial artist was going to be crushed. However, this Demon King-ranked martial artist was also very strong. As he waved his long saber, the saber light spread and blocked Chunzong's every sword attack. Fight, fight, fight. Chunzong gave it his all. However, he did not intend to use any secret techniques or forbidden techniques. If he did, his strength would increase. However, it would also cut off his opportunity to break through. Under the fierce battle, Chunzong gradually began to fall into a disadvantageous position. The Demon King-ranked martial artist also realized this. He immediately increased his strength and continued to attack. Each attack was stronger than the previous one, and each attack was faster than the previous one. Each attack was like a waterfall of saber light bombarding Chunzong. He had no choice but to retreat to reduce the force. Kill! The Demon King-ranked martial artist immediately erupted with a secret technique. Its power increased by 50%. As he attacked, a terrifying black saber light tore through the sky like a black, destructive, demonic thunder. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. The power of this attack had increased tremendously. He was not sure if he could block it. Slash! The extremely terrifying power erupted and directly hit the sword. It then passed through the sword and hit his arm. In an instant, Chunzong was sent flying. He could not stop vomiting blood. His face was pale. However, after landing, Chunzong quickly steadied himself and immediately adjusted. The Demon King-ranked martial artist's second attack came, and its power did not decrease at all. Heaven Scar, gathering all his strength, Chunzong attacked with his sword. The faint golden sword light was tinged with blood red. It tore through the sky. The sword light was shattered by the terrifying saber light. The saber light continued to attack, sending Chunzong flying once again. The strength of this demon is even stronger than Wu Ma Yuan. However, my strength isn't any weaker than the other party. The only thing that I'm lacking in is other aspects. Chunzong felt the impact of the other party's strength as he retreated swiftly. The difference between a king-ranked martial artist and an extreme mortal realm martial artist is not strength, but control of one's own body. Control of one's own body. It did not sound like much. For example, Chunzong could control all his own strength now. He could use it like an extension of his own body. In the past, Chunzong also thought so. However, after fighting with Wu Ma Yun a few times, he gradually realized the difference. Or rather, the difference. It was just a small difference, but it was on two different levels. It was just a small difference, but it was the difference between two different realms. King-ranked martial artists had another name, Extreme Mortal Realm. Extreme Mortal Realm martial artists pursued the pinnacle of being human and the limits of the human body. What was Extreme Mortal Realm? It was to develop one's own strength to the extreme and to control it completely. The latter was more important than the former. Chunzong had indeed not developed his strength to the extreme yet. However, he was already not inferior to formidable martial artists who had developed their strength to the extreme. For example, Morongjun, Wu Ma Yuan, and this Demon King-ranked formidable martial artist in front of him. The only difference was the improvement in one's control of one's own body. On this point, Chunzong felt that he had already touched the edge. However, he was not close yet. He just needed an opportunity. Without dodging, Chunzong took on his opponent's saber attack again and again. Every saber attack caused Chunzong's entire body to tremble as he spat out blood. Every saber attack made Chunzong feel as if his bones and tendons were being sliced apart. However, at the same time, Chunzong also used every saber attack to vibrate his own strength and spread it throughout his entire body, including his spiritual senses. The improvement in one's own body was to completely integrate one's strength with one's own body. There was no distinction between the two. In other words, Chunzong was still on the surface before. Now he was changing from a surface to the inside. Demon Slash. Holding the saber with both hands, he used the terror of the saber attacks to accumulate his aura to the extreme. Then he slashed out with the most powerful saber attack. This attack would determine life and death. Chunzong felt his hair stand on end, feeling extremely horrified. A chill rushed to his head. He knew that this was a sure-kill saber strike. If he could not block it, he would die. However, if he could block it, perhaps he would improve. What should he choose? The terrifying saber light left a long scar on the solid city wall. In an instant, Chunzong made his choice. He gathered his strength and spread it throughout his body. Then, he swung his sword and slashed out with Heaven's Scar. With a loud boom, Chunzong was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. His entire body was sent flying out of the city walls, and then he quickly fell down. The corner of the Demon King expert's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. That single slash of the Demon King was infused with the greatest amount of strength he could muster. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Furthermore, he was sent flying. Below him was the battlefield. Even if he were to fall down by himself, he would still have a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, this human was severely injured. However, it was a pity that his saber did not chop off his opponent's head. Chunzong felt his body flying backwards before falling rapidly like a meteor. The sound of the wind whistled past his ears. An incomparably terrifying and domineering energy filled his entire body, constantly destroying his body in an attempt to kill him. Chapter 845. Whistling sounds were constantly heard. Gusts of wind hit his back. Waves of coldness spread throughout his body as if they were going to seep into his bones. He would die if he fell. Was Chunzong willing to die? No, he was not willing to die like this at all. If he was not willing to die like this, he had to fight back. He had to do his best to fight back. When a person was in a desperate situation, he would often have three reactions. The first reaction was despair. He would welcome death in despair. The second reaction was relief. He would die like this. Compared to the first reaction, it was a matter of mentality. They were both dying, but one would die unwillingly, while the other would die in a relaxed manner after thinking things through. The third reaction was to fight back. He would fight back with all his strength. In this desperate situation, he would seize a chance of survival and survive. Chunzong's method was the third one. He would fight back with all his strength. Under the crisis of life and death, in addition to the previous battle, Chunzong's potential was constantly stimulated. As the power in his body surged, he continuously resisted the terrifying demonic energy that was invading his body. While repelling and expelling the demonic energy, it also gradually seeped into his body, merging into every inch of his body and becoming indistinguishable. This was the last step and also the most important step. If he succeeded, he would find a chance in this desperate situation. If he failed, he would most likely die. He would fight to live from the brink of death. Falling. Chunzong's body kept falling. He was getting closer and closer to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all his strength finally repelled the invading demon ability and integrated it into his body smoothly. It was like a blessing in disguise. In an instant, a very special feeling arose spontaneously. This was a feeling of complete control of his body. It was fundamentally different from before, but it could not be clearly described in words. It could only be understood, but not described in words. Every muscle, every vein, every bone, and even every cell that made up his body was within Chunzong's perception and control. A stream of extremely pure power instantly ran through his body. Chunzong could not help but tremble. What was the extremity of man? This was the extremity of man, the unity of Lingwu. The extremity of man could be crowned as a king. This was because he could perfectly control his body. The difference of a single line was like the difference between heaven and earth. In an instant, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that filled the air rapidly flowed into Chunzong's body. However, this spiritual chi of heaven and earth had become very heterogeneous due to the chaotic demon chi. Chunzong quickly took out 2 mid-grade spiritual sources and held them in his hands. Like a whale sucking in water, the pure spiritual chi of the 2 mid-grade spiritual sources was rapidly absorbed. In just a few breaths, more than half of the spiritual chi was absorbed. At this rate, even a mid-grade spirit source would not last for 10 breaths of time. With a thought, he twisted his body and nimbly swam through the air like a fish. In an instant, he swam out and landed on the city wall. Then he quickly climbed up the city wall and soared into the sky like an arrow leaving the bow. From a moment Chunzong was sent flying off the city wall and fell to the ground to the moment Chunzong soared into the sky. The whole process took less than 3 breaths. It was very short. In midair, Chunzong threw away the 2 mid-grade spiritual sources that he had absorbed. His eyes shot out cold lightning as he scanned the area and locked onto the demon king-ranked formidable martial artist. Sensing Chunzong's gaze, the demon king-ranked formidable martial artist instantly turned around and saw Chunzong in midair. He was slightly stunned, not dead. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared on his face. If Chunzong was not dead, he would kill him personally. At this thought, the demon king-ranked formidable martial artist transformed into a black light and pierced through the air. He became one with his saber and charged towards Chunzong. This saber move that seemed very powerful before now seemed very ordinary. It was not that the opponent had become weaker, but that Chunzong had become stronger. Previously, Chunzong was very close to becoming a king-ranked formidable martial artist. He was just a hair's breadth away. This was because Chunzong's void sword force, which was formed by combining all sorts of powers, was very strong. Although it had not reached his own limits, it was already equivalent to the limits of others. Now that he had understood the limits of man and had integrated all his powers into his entire body, he was able to control his body perfectly. He had completely entered the king-ranked realm. The current Chunzong was equivalent to a king-ranked formidable martial artist. His body paused in midair as he started to spin. Helix, 9 revolutions. In the past, it would take at least 2 breaths to execute the Helix 9 revolutions. Now 1 breath was enough. Do not underestimate this difference of 1 breath. It was the difference between life and death. In 1 breath, Chunzong's speed increased to the maximum. This maximum was more than 10% faster than before. 10% sounded like a small amount, but at Chunzong's level, a 10% increase in speed was undoubtedly very frightening. This meant that he could attack earlier than his opponent. Furthermore, when he executed the Helix 9 revolutions, Chunzong felt an indescribable sense of ease. It was almost instinctive. He could not help but feel that king-ranked formidable martial artists were indeed very shocking. It was no wonder that not everyone at the limits of the extreme mortal realm could be called a king. This was because there was no improvement in strength. There were too few people who could improve their strength after reaching the limits of the extreme mortal realm. Hence, there were very few king-ranked formidable martial artists as well. At this stage, it was no longer something that could be achieved through cultivation. Only enlightenment could be achieved. If one could not, it would be a waste of effort. However, Chunzong was enlightened. A sharp sound rang out, and Chunzong had already brushed past the demon king-ranked formidable martial artist. Chunzong was safe and sound, but there was a sword wound on the demon king-ranked formidable martial artist's chest. The sword wound was not deep. In fact, it was very shallow. However, this meant that Chunzong had injured this demon king-ranked formidable martial artist. This was the first time he had been injured. This demon king-ranked formidable martial artist's face was cold, and his killing intent was burning. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. How did this human strength increase so quickly? He had clearly been injured by a saber earlier and would have died if he had fallen. Now he had actually appeared in front of him again. What's more, he did not seem to be injured at all. Could it be that he was not injured? Impossible. He was very clear about the power of his saber. He was definitely injured, and it was not light. Why did he look like he was not injured at all? Could it be that he had taken some amazing healing pill? There was no time for him to think. An incomparably sharp, pale, golden sword light pierced through the sky and pierced towards him. This caused the demon king-ranked formidable martial artist's hair to stand on end. He quickly countered with a saber strike. However, this saber strike missed and the sword light came from another direction. The situation was reversed in an instant. Chunzong had suppressed this Demon King-ranked, formidable martial artist. Left with no choice, this Demon King-ranked, formidable martial artist could only use his secret technique again. His strength increased by 50%, and he became even stronger. Every saber strike was not only stronger, but also faster. However, Chunzong was not as restrained as before. On the contrary, he was able to respond with ease. Calmly, he dodged or blocked each of the opponent's saber strikes. This was something that was difficult to do in the past. His body was completely under his control. His will and strength were both there. He could do whatever he wanted without any obstruction. This feeling was simply too wonderful. Chunzong could not help but let out a long howl. His howl was like the cry of a sword, shaking the heavens and earth. The heavenly will sword was raised, and the sword light was extremely strong. It was like a golden sun rising into the sky, forcing the evil spirit to retreat. Holding the sword with both hands, a wisp of origin-source chi appeared in an instant. Then, it merged into Chunzong's body, causing his strength to skyrocket. However, his aura was completely sealed and did not leak out. The sword slashed down. The sword body trembled violently and directly tore the sky apart, turning into a dazzling golden sword light that tore the sky apart. Heaven Scar, the invincible and unstoppable Heaven Scar. Demon King-ranked slash. Erupting with all his strength, the saber slashed out. The terrifying black saber light split the area in front of him in an incomparably domineering manner. The moment the golden sword light and the black saber light came into contact, the black saber light seemed to let out a mournful cry. It was cut into pieces by the sword, turning into countless black light rays that shot out. The golden sword light pierced through like a hot knife through butter, directly slashing the Demon King-ranked formidable martial artist's body. The high-frequency vibration gave it an even more terrifying cutting power, instantly tearing apart the Demon King-ranked formidable martial artist's defensive power. As a member of the Demon King-ranked clan, his physique was incomparably strong, not inferior to the demonic beast clan in the slightest. However, such a physique was unable to withstand Chunzong's sword. It was torn apart and slashed apart. With a scream, the Demon King-ranked formidable martial artist's arm was suddenly cut off from his shoulder. The second sword followed. Unable to resist or evade, it slashed through the neck, and the head flew high into the air. Looking at the decapitated corpse, looking at the black-red blood that was constantly spurting out from the neck, Chunzong's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of joy and excitement, but he quickly returned to calmness. This Demon King-ranked formidable martial artist who had suppressed him in the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss a few months ago finally died under his sword. His left hand grabbed the void, immediately grabbing the opponent's black demonic saber and mustard seed bag into his hand, and then he attacked the other demons with his sword. After a rush, Chunzong took out the demon, slaying Bao again. He knocked an arrow on the Bao and killed another demon. Even though he had broken through and become a king-ranked formidable martial artist, the speed of killing with a Bao and arrow was still faster than with a long sword. King-ranked, he actually broke through. The Demon Emperor's eyes were extremely cold. If looks could kill, Chunzong would have been completely dismembered by now. He broke through in battle and fought to live from the brink of death. This person is very scary. It would be fine if such a person did not grow up, but if he did, he would be a great disaster. He should be eliminated as soon as possible. However, now is not the right time. Compared to eliminating Chunzong, there were more important things to do, and that was to conquer the demon-suppressing fortress. If they succeeded in conquering the demon-suppressing fortress and using it as their base camp, they would continue to accumulate troops and invade the Blue Waves continent. Finally, they would rule the Blue Waves continent. At that time, not to mention one human demon, even 2 or 3 of them would not be a problem. Good lad. The demon-slaying division chief was also paying attention to this battle, ready to intervene at any time. Naturally, Some of his attention was also on Chunzong. From the moment Chunzong was almost killed to the moment Chunzong broke through and became a king-ranked formidable martial artist, the entire process was under the watchful eyes of the chief. Even if Chunzong fell from the city walls, he would not die because the chief had already made arrangements. However, to be able to see Chunzong break through and save himself was definitely a good thing. What a pity! If this lad had more time and became of the arch, the human race would have another pillar of support. The chief could not help but sigh. King-ranked formidable martial artist. Chapter 846. Shoo! 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 3 sharp sounds tore through the air. 5 winged demons were shot through in mid-air and fell to the ground. After shooting 3 arrows in a flash, Chunzong felt his spiritual energy surging and fluctuating like a raging tide as he tried to open the next acupuncture point. When the spiritual energy surged into the newly opened acupuncture point, Chunzong took out a large amount of pills and consumed them to replenish his spiritual energy. With a boom, an even more powerful aura burst out from Chunzong's body and turned into an invisible storm that swept in all directions. Early stage of the extreme mortal realm. Previously, Chunzong's cultivation had already reached the limit of the extreme mortal realm. Opening the last acupuncture point was the limit of the limit. And now, after a fierce battle, his potential had been stimulated. He even managed to find a way to make a breakthrough in the face of death, becoming a martial arts and martial arts unite as one. His cultivation had improved further, and he had reached the early stage of the 8th tier of the mortal realm. The breakthrough from the limit of the extreme mortal realm to the early stage of the extreme mortal realm allowed Chunzong's overall strength to increase by quite a bit. Shortly after, the stabilized spiritual energy merged with the lingwu of the extreme mortal realm and nourished his physique. The illusory sword energy kept surging and attacking, refining his physique. Chunzong temporarily stopped attacking. He paid attention to his surroundings while guiding the energy to refine his physique. A group of demon suppression soldiers also protected Chunzong tightly. They could all see that Chunzong was breaking through. The process of breaking through wasn't long. On the contrary, it was short, but in the ever-changing battlefield, one could be killed if one wasn't careful. It didn't take long for Chunzong to feel that every muscle, tendon, bone, and even internal organs in his body were being tempered by a tyrannical force, becoming stronger and stronger. Then, he broke through his limits and reached an even higher level. 450,000 pounds of strength. This was equivalent to the strength of the Earth stage of the extreme mortal realm. What were the benefits of achieving lingwu unity in human realm? Under normal circumstances, one's strength would be integrated into one and perfectly controlled to become a king. The advantage of integrating all of his power into one was also very obvious, and that was the synchronization of power. For those king-ranked martial artists who had already reached the peak of their cultivation, if they did not cultivate their bodies, their physical bodies would also become stronger as time passed. They would be affected by their spirit energy and would be tempered. Hence, for some king-ranked formidable martial artists who had been stuck at the king-ranked martial artist level for a long time, their physical bodies would also become very strong. In the end, their physical bodies would be in sync with their spirit energy cultivation. Even if they did not cultivate their bodies, they would not lose out to it. Such king-ranked martial artists were the most terrifying. They were known as the strongest king-ranked martial artists. However, it was extremely rare to be able to become the strongest king since ancient times. This was because once one became a king, one would begin to seek a breakthrough. Almost all of the warriors became a king, not because they wanted to dominate in the extreme human realm, but because they wanted to build a better martial arts foundation for themselves so that they could achieve greater achievements in the future. Chunzong's body was filled with powerful energy, rushing between his bones and muscles, making him feel extremely carefree. Breaking through to the 8th stage of the extreme mortal realm in both chi refinement and body refinement at the same time was like adding to the joy after becoming a king-ranked martial artist. He was even stronger. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong drew his bow once again. He could clearly feel that the demon's slaying bow had become very light. Shooting arrows. Previously, Chunzong shot out 10 arrows in an instant. Now, he shot out 12 arrows. The number of demon-slaying arrows decreased at an alarming rate, but more and more demons were being killed. Chunzong's cultivation level breakthrough and the increase in his strength allowed him to kill at a much faster rate. Even so, in a battle like this, it seems so insignificant. Kill, kill, kill. A mid-grade demon once again charged towards Chunzong. In an instant, the few demon suppression sergeants surrounding Chunzong were all killed. A saber light flashed across the sky. That mid-grade demon didn't even have time to attack Chunzong before he was split into two by the saber light. Immediately, a familiar figure appeared in front of Chunzong. Eldest senior brother. Chunzong couldn't help but call out, "Junior brother, a battle can change at any moment. You have to be careful." Tanghua smiled and said. Tanghua and his demon suppression sergeants were in charge of the defense of this section of the city wall. With his king-rank strength, it was hard to find anyone below the heavenly mystic realm who could be his match. Even so, in a battle like this, Tanghua didn't dare to relax at all. Even ants could bite an elephant to death. "Eldest senior brother, you have to be careful too," Chunzong replied. Tanghua's heart was filled with emotions. With his eyesight and previous observations, he could already tell that Chunzong had changed. It was a metamorphosis. This was because Tanghua had once become a king-ranked martial artist and had been stuck at that level for many years. He was very familiar with the king-ranked martial artist's Lingwu state. "I've already tried my best to overestimate Chinshidi, but I still underestimated him." Tanghua couldn't help but sigh. The current Chinshidi has completely surpassed Junior Brother Feng. Junior Brother Feng was the second disciple of the Green Feather Mountain Lord, Feng Shirgui. Feng Shirgui was a member of the Demon Suppression Army. Now, he was outside the fortress, fighting with the Demon Race's army. It was hard to tell whether he was dead or alive. Thinking about how Chunzong had become so powerful, Tanghua was surprised and relieved. The battle was getting more and more intense. It was reaching its climax. There were killings everywhere, and no safe place could be found. "It's time to make a move. I'll go first." The demon thearchs in the sky above the Demon Race's army all spoke. Demon Darch, heavenly evil, smiled evilly. Immediately, he grabbed with his hand and pulled out the heavenly evil demonic saber from the void. Immediately, as he waved the saber, it brought about a sky full of dark saber lights. Countless saber lights were densely packed. As the heavenly evil demonic saber waved, they surged forward like crazy waves. Boom, boom. It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Endless saber lights flowed like the sea, covering the sky and earth. The darkness was so dark that it made people's hearts palpitate. It was filled with coldness and evil. In an instant, the human race cultivators on the demon-suppressing fortress were shocked. When they saw the black waves rushing toward them, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. The shadow of death also spread and shrouded them. They felt cold and numb all over. Their strength seemed to have been frozen. For a moment, even their minds were frozen. Sinking. Under the black waves of saber lights, they kept sinking. When an Emperor expert struck, it was terrifying. Humph! His voice was like thunder, exploding in an instant. It also released the people's minds. Immediately, a gust of wind blew out from the demon-suppressing fortress. It swept past the people, but it did not cause any damage to them. Instead, it resisted the black waves of saber lights and collided with each other in the sky. Rumble. The gust of wind and saber lights collided at a height of 10,000 meters. It was like thunder, resounding through the heavens and earth. The momentum made everything else pale in comparison. The frightening aura and ripples immediately caused the battle below to temporarily stop. Everyone lifted their heads to take a look and were extremely shocked. The turbulence in the sky continued to surge, as if it was going to break the sky. It was like a natural disaster. In front of such power, Chunzong felt small. King-ranked? He was not weak, but compared to such power, he was too small. So small that even if he used all his strength and overdrew his life force, he would not be able to resist at all. In an instant, he would be defeated and turned into dust, vanishing into thin air. Chunzong did not feel discouraged or discouraged. Instead, his fighting spirit was stimulated. King-ranked. This was only one of his goals. Now that he had achieved it, his next goal was to reach the earthly spirit realm. Moreover, after reaching the earthly spirit realm, he would be able to activate the power of the Sky Ascension Pagoda. Not only was Chunzong greatly moved, but so were the others. To be able to survive the battle with the demon race, not only did they have extraordinary strength, but they also had strong willpower. They would not be depressed because of this. Instead, their fighting spirit would be stimulated. Demon Emperor Tian Xie had made his move. On the side of the demon-suppressing fortress, it was the 5th Army General. There were actually very few king-ranked, formidable martial artists. In the entire demon-suppressing fortress, there were only 6 of them. They were the 5 Army Generals and the chief of the demon-slaying division. 10,000 meters in the sky, the 5th Army General and Demon Emperor Tian Xie were engaged in an intense battle. At this moment, sharp screeches could be heard from afar. They were extremely loud and pierced through gold and stones. Many figures rapidly approached. They were flying demonic beasts. There were so many of them that they seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. They were like rolling waves. Are the demonic beasts trying to take advantage of the situation? The human race could not help but change their expressions. At such a critical moment, if the demonic beasts also tried to take advantage of the situation, it would undoubtedly put more pressure on the demon-suppressing fortress and cause more casualties. However, in the next moment, everyone was relieved. The army of flying demonic beasts charged directly towards the winged demons and started a life-and-death battle. There were many flying demonic beasts. There were black wind vultures, red-winged celestial rocks, winged mystical snakes, iron-feathered eagles. At the forefront was a 6-winged flying dragon. It had a trace of the bloodline of a real dragon. It was a level 11 high-tier demonic beast, which was equivalent to the late stage of the heavenly profound realm. It was very powerful. On the back of the 6-winged flying dragon stood a figure in a green robe. He looked very young, but also very old, and had an indescribable demonic aura. Demon Emperor Qingming, he is here too. In the demon-suppressing fortress, when the army general saw the figure standing on the back of the 6-winged flying dragon, they were all stunned. Demon Emperor. These 2 words carried a lot of weight. The demonic beasts cultivated continuously. When they cultivated to level 11, which was equivalent to the heavenly profound realm, they could transform into humans and become part of the demon race. Demon emperors were equivalent to human emperors. However, under normal circumstances, they were more powerful and would not be inferior to demon emperors of the same level. Demon Emperor Qingming was above average among the many demon emperors. A demon emperor leading an army of over 10,000 flying demonic beasts to reinforce the demon-suppressing fortress undoubtedly injected a new force into the side of the demon-suppressing fortress. The powerful force immediately reversed the previous disadvantage. Demon race, you have always been at odds with the human race. Why don't you join hands with my race and conquer the continent together? Demon Emperor Tian Song said. His voice was like rolling thunder. Immediately, many people became nervous. If the demon race was recruited by the demon race, it would absolutely be a disaster for the human race. It could even be a disaster that could exterminate the human race. Blue Wave's continent belongs to the demon race and the human race. It's not a place where you filthy demon race can encroach upon. You filthy clans should stay in the earth demon abyss that can't see the light. Demon Emperor Qingming slowly smiled, and his words were full of sarcasm. Chapter 847. New Year's New Year, New Moon, New Journey. Seeking monthly votes, please subscribe. High up in the sky, Demon Emperor Qing Ming left the back of the six-winged flying dragon and turned into a demonic cyan light. He streaked across the sky and approached Demon Emperor Tianlin. Facing the tyrannical punch of Demon Emperor Tianlin, Demon Emperor Qing Ming merely waved his sleeve. Like a surging river, regardless of whether it was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or the chaotic demonic qi, under the wave of his sleeve, they all surged like a raging cyan ocean. The moment a titled emperor powerhouse made a move, such a heaven-shaking phenomenon appeared. After waiting for so long, the time has finally come. This emperor is also going to make a move. Demon Emperor Tianlin smiled mischievously and opened his hands. Then, with a grab, a pitch-black iron rod appeared in his hand. On the iron rod, there were many carvings of demonic creatures. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they would rush out at any time. With a bang, the iron rod struck the sky and ruthlessly smashed towards the demon-suppressing fortress. This iron rod was infinitely enlarged, as if it wanted to smash the entire fortress into powder. The third army commander made a move and slashed out with his blade. In the sky, one demon emperor after another attacked the demon-suppressing fortress. And in the demon-suppressing fortress, one titled emperor powerhouse after another also made a move to resist. 5 army commanders. Demon-slaying division chief. If Demon Emperor Qing Ming hadn't appeared before, then the demon-suppressing fortress would undoubtedly have one less titled emperor powerhouse than the demon race. At that time, it would become a situation of 2 demon emperors fighting against one titled emperor of the human race. It would be very disadvantageous. Fortunately, Demon Emperor Qing Ming arrived in time, making the number of titled emperor powerhouses on both sides equal. Below, from that open passage, the army of the demon race continued to emerge. Their numbers were increasing, and they began to suppress the demon-suppressing fortress little by little. A part of the demon race's army surrounded the demon-suppressing army and vanguard battalion, and another part of the demon race's army took the opportunity to attack the demon-suppressing fortress from the sides. Asterisk roar. Asterisk earth-shaking roars filled with an ancient aura resounded. Rumble, 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 as if 10,000 elephants were galloping. On the ground, the demon beast army also appeared, densely packed as if the waters of the sea. The army formed by all kinds of demon beasts madly rushed towards the demon race's army. In the eyes of human race, Blue Wave's continent belonged to human race, but in the eyes of demon race and demon beasts, it also belonged to them. In the final analysis, Blue Wave's continent belonged to both human race and demon race. The demons were invaders. Once Blue Wave's continent was occupied by demon race, other races would be enslaved and killed, and the environment of the entire Blue Wave's continent would gradually be changed by demon race, becoming the most suitable habitat for demon race. At that time, for other races, even if they were alive, it would be even more difficult to survive. Therefore, human race didn't allow demon race to attack and occupy Blue Wave's continent. Demon race and demonic beasts also didn't allow it. The demon race, this kind of dark race, could only obediently stay in the dark earth demon abyss. With the support of the demonic beast army, the pressure on the demon-suppressing fortress was alleviated once again. For a moment, the demonic beast army was unable to truly invade the demon-suppressing fortress. One after another, demon hunt squads coordinated with each other, wandering around the periphery, unceasingly resisting the demon army's attacks, and doing their utmost to weaken the demon army's strength. The demon hunt squads were originally a group, and their coordination was unique. They also had a lot of experts, but in this kind of confrontation, many of them were injured. After this battle, if the demon army was repelled and driven back into the earth demon abyss, the human clan, monster beasts, and demon clans would suffer great losses. A titled emperor was fighting on a battlefield, tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. An emperor-level powerhouse was fighting against a demon emperor, carrying out an incomparably fierce battle. The reason why titled Emperor-level powerhouses were stronger than peak profound sky experts was because they could control the power of heaven and earth to fight. This kind of control was different from the power of heaven and earth. Not only did the two not conflict with each other, but they complemented each other. The battle in the sky fluctuated with astonishing fluctuations, rumbling down from tens of thousands of meters away. It was as if a burst of violent hurricanes whistled past, and also caused a great impact on the people fighting in the demon-suppressing fortress. Even so, the battle still didn't stop. Chunzong unceasingly shot down demons, and the number of demons he killed increased more and more. The contribution points in the demon beheading seal also increased by a lot. Soon after, another Demon King-level powerhouse stared at Chunzong. Moreover, there were two of them. Every Demon King-level powerhouse was very strong. With two of them working together, Chunzong instantly felt a lot of pressure. A sense of danger rose from the depths of his heart, but Chunzong wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt excited. Most of the king-ranked martial artists weren't very different in terms of strength. Even if there was a clear winner, it would be hard to determine life and death. However, Chunzong was a king-ranked martial artist, and he was slightly stronger than ordinary king-ranked martial artists. He put down his demon-breaking bow and drew his heaven-will sword. 1 against 2, he blocked the attacks of the two Demon King-level powerhouses and looked for a chance to counterattack. With a loud boom, Su Huanqing's dark blue water giant was smashed into pieces, turning into waves in the sky. Water vapor billowed, and Su Huanqing was also injured. The diligent dragon tribesmen hurried over and hurriedly brought Su Huanqing away to treat her injuries. In an emergency, the elixirs used to treat injuries were naturally the most effective ones. Although they were expensive, this was the only way to ensure that Su Huanqing's injuries were healed as quickly as possible. At the same time, Su Huanqing also took the opportunity to recover his strength and fight again. At this time, Murong Zhen was also injured. He flew backward, vomiting blood nonstop. A saber wound had appeared on his chest, and it was so deep that his bones could be seen. His body had almost been cut into two. It was extremely frightening. Immediately, the diligent dragon tribe's demon-suppressing army soldiers brought Murong Zhen away. Murong Zhen was a king-ranked martial artist. He was actually so severely injured. His injuries are too severe. He won't be able to recover in a short time. Do your best. The diligent dragon tribe's men said one after another. They hurriedly took out elixirs and stuffed them into the half-conscious Murong Zhen's mouth. Then, they took out medicinal powder and sprinkled it on his wounds to stop the bleeding. Murong Zhen's injuries were really too severe. He needed some time to recuperate. They could only send him back to the demon-suppressing army camp. That place was relatively safer and more suitable for recuperation. As for Murong Zhen, he was not the first person to be sent to the demon-suppressing army camp to recuperate. All those who were too severely injured to recover in a short time were sent to the same place. I'm back again. Demon bastards, I'm here to kill you. A Bloodblade Camp's formidable martial artist who had recovered from his injuries appeared once again. His saber slashed through the air as he charged towards the demons. In terms of numbers, the demon-suppressing fortress's side was inferior to the demons. However, this was their own base camp. They could recuperate here, but the demons could not. After being injured, there was basically only death for them. Hence, the injured demons would often go berserk and unleash everything they had. They would disregard their lives and try their best to kill their enemies, even if it meant dying together with them. The violent black light was like a demonic dragon's roar, and it struck viciously. This punch seemed to suck all the air in the surroundings dry. The shocking suppressive force struck Chunzong first, making it hard for him to breathe. On the other side, a thin black light pierced through the sky like a needle, silently shooting towards Chunzong. In an instant, Chunzong was faced with the combined attack of two killing moves. Chunzong could tell at once that the demonic dragon's roar was not the real killing move, but a cover. Its momentum was shocking, and its pressure was terrifying to draw his attention. The needle-like black light was the real killing move, silent and incomparably ruthless. If he was hit, Qinzong did not know what the consequences would be, but it would definitely not feel good. Fortunately, after Qinzong was bestowed the title of king, his Lingwu had become one, and his control of his body had reached an astonishing level. His cultivation had also broken through to the early stage of the 8th tier of the extreme mortal realm. His figure flashed, transforming into countless afterimages. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. A flash of sword light pierced through the air, like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Immediately, Qinzong's left hand pointed, and black chains as thick as a little finger appeared from all directions at an astonishing speed. They were the demon suppressing chains. After cultivating to the second form of the demon suppressing seal, both the speed and power of the demon suppressing chains had increased by leaps and bounds. In an instant, the devil binding chains coiled around a Devil King expert. That Devil King expert immediately erupted with astonishing strength, wanting to break free from the devil binding chains. Qinzong took advantage of this opportunity to spin 9 times, and his speed reached its peak. His sword pierced through the air towards the other demon lord. Heaven's Scar. The terrifying sword slashed the sky apart. Unable to dodge, the other demon lord could only explode with all his strength. His thin sword shook violently, transforming into countless sword lights that pierced towards the terrifying sword. In an instant, all the sword lights were torn apart. The golden sword light was incomparably dazzling as it pierced through the demon lord's body. On the other side, the demon lord broke free from the demon-suppressing chains and fiercely punched towards Qinzong like a dark meteor falling from the sky. Soon after, he punched himself in the chest, exploding with a shocking amount of demonic energy. In an instant, his strength doubled. His eyes were shockingly blood-red. After that punch, he crazily pounced forward without any fear of death. Even if he had to pay with his own life, he wanted to kill Qinzong. Qinzong was horrified. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the Khanate Qi secret method. The Khanate Qi secret method used Origin Yuan Qi, but as long as it didn't last for too long, just a few breaths of time, it wouldn't have much of an impact. In an instant, Qinzong's strength surged. Heaven's Scar. Once again, he slashed out with his strongest sword. Through the continuous slaughter, Qinzong's understanding of the Tao of the sword deepened. Naturally, Heaven's Scar also obtained a further improvement. With one sword, he directly split the dark meteor-like punch apart. It was unstoppable, like a thunderbolt. He charged towards the demon lord who had completely exploded. The moment the sword struck the other party, Qinzong could feel the resistance against his sword. However, the heavenly sword's sharpness was not inferior to the demon-slaying sword. Like a hot knife through butter, it split the other party's body apart. Another 2 demon lord martial artists died under Qinzong's sword. Now it was the 3rd. If word got out, who knew what kind of shock it would cause? Most of the king-ranked martial artists were not very different in strength. Hence, it was not easy to determine the winner in every battle. It was even more difficult to kill the other party, unless there were some special circumstances. Of course, some formidable martial artists who had been stuck at the king-ranked level for a long time had already reached the limit of the king-ranked level. They indeed had the ability to kill those who had just entered the king-ranked level. Chapter 848. Good boy. Tang Guo's mouth twitched slightly after he beheaded a mid-level demon with a single slash. He had been keeping an eye on Qinzong as he fought, preventing any mid-level demons from attacking Qinzong so that he could save Qinzong as soon as possible. After all, Qinzong's talent was too strong, but now he needed time to grow. Tang Guo knew that he could not give Qinzong this time, but he could help him survive. The longer he lived, the more time he had, and the stronger he would become until he no longer needed his senior brother's protection. Perhaps that day would not be too far away. The battle here was getting more and more intense. Life and death were tearing each other apart. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed all over the ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Taking a breath, it was as if blood was pouring into the nose and into the lungs. This feeling was indescribable. In such a bloody battlefield, even the calmest and most rational person would feel their blood boil, and they could not help but attack. In the demon-suppressing barracks, a group of wounded people were recuperating. In a room alone, Murong Jun, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes emitted a chilling light that made people tremble. They were dark and deep, like a black hole that could swallow everything. He got up in an instant, and did not look like he was seriously injured and needed to rest. But in fact, his injuries were real. Murong Jun resisted the pain of his wounds tearing open, and quickly took out a pitch-black elixir. The elixir emitted a very unique fragrance, and it was pungent and spicy. Murong Jun did not seem to feel anything, and directly stuffed the elixir into his mouth and swallowed it. Suddenly, a black aura spread out from Murong Jun's body, turning into darkness and completely enveloping Murong Jun's body, as if weaving a huge cocoon. In just 10 breaths of time, the black cocoon quickly dissipated, and the wounds on Murong Jun's body were completely healed. The healing efficiency of this elixir was terrifying. Murong Jun got off the bed, and his footsteps were light and silent. When no one noticed, he left the barracks and quickly went in the direction of the demon refining platform. While the battle was going on outside, there was no one around the devil refining platform. Murong Jun got close to the alchemy demon platform. He quickly walked around it. As he walked, he took out black fist-sized balls and threw them around the alchemy demon platform. There were 99 black balls in total, and they were evenly distributed around the alchemy demon platform. Then, Murong Jun picked up the last black ball the size of a human head and poured his demon energy into it. As the black light filled the air, he threw it. The head-sized black ball of light flew into the air and floated in the air. It shone with a strong black light, like a black sun. The resonance was triggered, and the 99 fist-sized black balls trembled slightly, releasing an intense black light. Streaks of black light shot up into the sky and surrounded the devil refining platform. They instantly intertwined and filled the air. Murong Jun stared at this scene. His eyes flashed with struggle, but it was quickly replaced by determination. In order to become stronger, any price could be paid. The black light filled the air like a net, and it actually enveloped the devil refining platform. Runes flashed on the devil refining platform, bursting with shocking power to fight against the black light. Strong ripples spread out. The strong cultivators on the walls of the demon-suppressing fortress didn't feel it, but the titled emperors in the air felt it. What's that? Oh no! The 5 generals and the demon-slaying division's chief all paled. However, when they wanted to return to the demon-suppressing fortress, they were firmly entangled by the demon emperor and couldn't escape. The ripples grew stronger and stronger. Under the clash of the two forces, the devil refining platform kept on rippling. The chaotic, demonic aura that permeated the area was also drawn over. It surged from all directions and surged into the black light. Immediately, the power of the black light soared and gradually suppressed the power of the devil refining stage. The devil refining platform's power came from the various runes on it. A long time ago, the strong cultivators of the human clan worked together to seal a group of strong cultivators of the demon clan. The 99 black balls and the black ball the size of a human head were carefully prepared. They had absorbed countless pure demon chi and were jointly created by the demon emperors of the demon clan. They were very terrifying. Coupled with the addition of the chaotic demon chi, they gradually suppressed the power of the demon refining platform. Below the devil refining platform, there was a small dark space. Inside, there were many black figures. They were either lying down, sitting, or standing. Suddenly, a strong wave came from the outside. Even though it was only a little bit, they could still feel it. It was a pure demon chi ripple. As more and more demon chi entered, the black figures were awakened. This is demon chi. Demon chi has entered. It means that our clan is destroying the devil refining platform. Attack! Work together from the inside and outside. Destroy the devil refining platform. These figures were the strong cultivators of the demon clan suppressed under the devil refining platform. They were all high-ranking demons, and there were even a few demon emperors. Lord Tianyu, we can finally get out. The strong cultivators of the demon clan were excited. They looked at the figure standing in the center. It was incomparably tall, as if it could hold up the sky. Demon Emperor Tianyu. One of the strongest demon emperors of the demon clan. More than 1,000 years. Demon Emperor Tianyu spoke. His voice was hoarse. He hadn't spoken for a long time. He originally thought that he would be suppressed here for eternity. He didn't expect that he would see the hope of breaking free today. Suddenly, a raging fire burned in his heart. Suddenly, the strong cultivators of the demon clan released their demon chi. In here, demon chi couldn't be replenished. Therefore, it was difficult to recover it. Usually, they would sleep to reduce the consumption of demon chi. But now, they finally saw the hope of breaking free. They didn't care about the consumption of demon chi. As long as they could break free, they could recover their demon chi in the outside world. Boom, boom, boom. 5 demon emperors and hundreds of high-ranking demons erupted together. This was undoubtedly a terrifying force. Once they broke free, it would bring about a great change in the battlefield. Attack from the inside. Outside, the black light kept attacking the demon refining platform. The demon refining platform kept resisting. Although it was at a disadvantage, it could still hold on. However, the 100 strong cultivators of the demon clan attacked. The power was too strong, and the fluctuations were too great. Murongjun had already left. If he stayed, he might be affected. Waves of energy constantly bombarded the refining fiend platform. Every time they struck, the refining fiend platform would tremble. Normally, such attacks would be suppressed by the power of the refining fiend platform. But at this moment, the power of the refining fiend platform was resisting the external forces. Tens of thousands of meters in the air, the 5 generals and the demon slaying division chief were shocked. They couldn't break free from the demon emperors. Damn it! Who is it? The 4th general was furious. Someone must have done it. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Who is it? After a series of attacks, a cracking sound rang out as a crack appeared on the devil refining platform. This crack was very small, like a strand of hair. It was also very short. However, a dam of 1,000 miles would often collapse because of an ant's hole. When the demon refining platform was complete, it was very difficult to destroy it. However, a small crack would become a huge flaw. Again, under Demon Emperor Tianyu's command, over 100 devil race experts gathered their strength and blasted out their strongest killing move. Crack, crack, crack. A series of cracking sounds rang out once again. The cracks rapidly spread out and continued to expand. More and more cracks appeared on the demon refining platform, and the resistance grew weaker. For some reason, the strong cultivators of the demon clan felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if something terrifying was about to happen. However, they didn't know what it was. This feeling made it difficult for them to breathe. At this moment, the last giant demon slaves worked together and destroyed one of the walls of the demon suppressing fortress. As soon as the wall collapsed, an army of demons rushed in. Because there were too many demons, they had the advantage in terms of numbers. As soon as the gap opened, the demons rushed in. More demons rushed into the demon-suppressing fortress and started killing everywhere. This scene made Chun Zong and the others' expressions change drastically. Is the situation over? An Earth Spirit Realm cultivator couldn't help but sigh. It was obvious that the situation was over. It was very difficult to resist the demon's invasion. Come on, demons. Killing 1 is a draw. Killing 2 is a gain. I've already killed 9. There were also those who still had the will to fight. Even if they felt that the situation was over, they still refused to admit defeat. They wanted to fight and kill until they died. Chun Zong didn't say a word, but the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. Kill, kill, kill. Junior brother, if the situation doesn't look good, leave immediately. Tanghua's voice sounded in Chunzong's ears. The situation in front of them was not optimistic. Chunzong had amazing potential. He needed time to grow and survive. Only then could he grow. Chunzong also understood this point. Therefore, if the situation was really bad, he would find a chance to leave here. If he fought to the death here, he could kill a few more demons, but in the end, he would be killed by the demons. That kind of death was meaningless in Chunzong's eyes. It was better to survive and become stronger before coming back to kill the demons. At that time, even if he died in battle, he could kill many times more demons than he did today. A warrior was not a reckless man. To practice the sword, one must have wisdom. More and more demons rushed into the demon-suppressing fortress. They were like a black wave that was about to drown the demon-suppressing fortress. At the same time, an earth-shattering sound exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The whole demon-suppressing fortress seemed to be about to collapse because of this. Then, a huge black light shot up to the sky from the demon-suppressing barracks. Its power was endless and incomparably violent, as if it was about to shatter the sky. Ha ha! Overbearing laughter filled with demonic nature sounded. Black figures emitting monstrous demonic flames flew up from the ground and stood on the edge of the black light pillar. Chapter 849. Little Dumpling is done for? No, he can still be saved. Ha ha! This emperor is free. Human ants, how dare you imprison this emperor for over 1,000 years? Your doomsday has arrived. Over 100 demon race experts finally broke free from the devil refining altar. Over 1,000 years of imprisonment had already filled them with rage. Now that they were free, their killing intent soared to the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Shockingly powerful demonic energy shot out, causing even greater damage to the devil-suppressing fortress. Buildings collapsed everywhere, turning into ruins. The expressions of the human clan experts changed drastically. Previously, the devil race was already hard to deal with. They had to use all of their strength to barely resist. Now, more than 100 high-level devil race experts had escaped from the devil refining platform. With so many experts appearing, the devil race's high-end battle strength had increased sharply, directly surpassing the human race's side, forming a suppression. On the human side, everyone's hearts sank. The freed demon race experts did not attack immediately. Instead, they continued to absorb the chaotic demonic energy to recover their demonic energy. Who? Between the heavens and the earth, there was an astonishing whistling sound, like a gale blowing. A large amount of chaotic demonic chi, like the waves of a river, continuously surged towards the more than 100 Devil Clan experts, like a black cloud destroying a city. The body of each Devil Clan expert was like a whale sucking in water, sucking in a large amount of chaotic demonic chi. This was undoubtedly the best time to kill this group of demon race experts. Because they had expended a lot of energy, their strength was only 10 to 20% of their peak state. The 5 generals understood this, as did the Demon Slaying Division's General Secretary. However, they were helpless as they were tightly entangled. The Demon Emperors also understood this. As such, they gave it their all, exploding with all their strength and techniques. They did not hope to injure the human emperors, but only to hold them back so that they could not escape. As long as the demon race experts recovered their strength, they did not need to recover too much, just 70% of their strength. When that happened, it would be the end of the human race. Just like emperors, victory and defeat could be determined between emperors, but life and death were not so easily determined. However, if several emperors attacked one, life and death would be easy. Chaotic, demonic energy surged in from all directions. As the storm passed, it wreaked havoc in the devil-suppressing fortress. The auras emitted by the Demon Clan experts grew stronger and stronger, more and more shocking. He was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Could it be that he had no choice but to be defeated? Could it be that the demon race truly wanted to attack Blue Wave's continent? The demon-suppressing fortress was the first stop. If demon-suppressing fortress was captured, then Demon Clan could transform this place into a suitable place for Demon Clan to live and cultivate. This place would become the first stronghold of Blue Waves continent. Despair spread like a virus. For a time, many people went crazy, and some lost their will to fight. The casualties on the human side increased. Chunzong had used up all his demon-extinguishing arrows. With a sword in his hand, he kept killing the demons. His strength was constantly being depleted. Even though there was no hope, Chunzong did not give up. It was not yet time to give up. Perhaps there would be a turn for the better, even if it was minuscule. Junior Marshal Brother, I'll cover you. Leave quickly. Tang Guo rushed to Chunzong's side and said quickly. At this point, the situation had already become very serious. It was difficult to see any hope. The only way was to leave alive. In the end, even if demon-suppressing fortress was captured, the human side still had the ability to fight back. However, it would be relatively more difficult and the sacrifices would be greater. Senior Marshal Brother, Chunzong was about to speak when suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura soared into the sky. Rumble. Under the impact of this terrifying aura, the chaotic demonic energy, which had condensed into black clouds, scattered and quickly dissipated like smoke in a gale. The expressions of the Demon Clan experts who were absorbing the chaotic demonic energy with all their strength changed greatly. This aura was so tyrannical that it made them feel threatened. I didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur while this lord was in seclusion. A vast, mighty, and ancient voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. It was so vast that it was impossible to determine where it came from. This is the General Commander's voice. In the sky, the 5 generals and the demon-slaying division's General Commander were all stunned and then overjoyed. Many people knew that there was a General Commander in the demon-suppressing army. However, the General Commander had never shown himself. In many people's eyes, the General Commander was just a figurehead. However, those with sufficient status knew that there was indeed a powerful General Commander. However, the General Commander was basically in seclusion, trying to break through to a higher realm. He had been in seclusion for dozens of years. Usually, no one could contact him, not even the 5 generals. Unexpectedly, the General Commander came out at this critical juncture. With a loud rumble, countless streams of air surged in the sky and condensed into a giant palm print that was over 1,000 meters long. It slammed down from the sky like the palm of an ancient giant. As soon as this palm print appeared, it brought with it a shocking whistling sound that shook heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the gigantic palm. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. The experts of the human race were pleasantly surprised, while the experts of the demon race were aghast. Under the giant palm print, the space below was suppressed and turned into a vacuum. Countless waves of air surged out and turned into a shocking gale. The space under the palm print seemed to be frozen, making it difficult for hundreds of demon experts to move. Boom! Boom! One by one, the devil race experts unleashed their strength that had not fully recovered to resist the terrifying pressure. The 5 devil emperors, in particular, unleashed even more tyrannical and shocking power. It was like a monstrous devil flame, burning fiercely, and the devil might was astonishing. Boom! The giant palm print that was over 1,000 meters long was extremely terrifying. In an instant, hundreds of demons were bombarded and fell down. Their bodies exploded in the process of falling, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The upper high-grade demons were indeed powerful, but they could not resist the attack of this giant palm print. This kind of power was completely the power of a peak-titled emperor. It was extremely terrifying, not to mention a group of upper high-grade demons who had not fully recovered. Even an upper 9th-grade demon at their peak would not be able to resist it. Boom! Boom! Under this terrifying palm print, 100 upper high-grade demons all exploded and died. This scene shocked Chunzong and the others. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. This kind of strength was indescribable. At the same time, an infinite desire emerged in their hearts. So strong. One day, they would become so strong. 100 high-grade demon powerhouses were bombarded into pieces of flesh and blood. They couldn't be more dead, but the 5 demon emperor powerhouses resisted. But their strength hadn't fully recovered yet, so they were directly blasted into the ground by this palm. Bang! As the giant palm fell, the entire demon subduing fortress shook as if it was about to collapse. The giant palm dissipated, leaving a giant palm print that was over 1,000 meters long and 10 meters deep on the ground. The edges of the palm print were intact, showing the chief military commander's incomparably precise control and condensation of his own strength. Immediately, 5 black lights soared into the sky from the giant palm print pit. They were the 5 demon emperors of the demon clan. They did not dare to stay here to recover their strength. Instead, they burst out at full speed and rushed to the demon clan's camp. "Since you've come, stay." The vicissitudes of life sounded again. Suddenly, the 5 demon emperors felt a chill run down their spines. They had not experienced this kind of feeling for a long time. The wind and clouds surged, and heaven and earth changed. The chaotic demon chi was directly repelled, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth also surged, condensing into a figure. Dressed in a black robe, the figure was tall and strong. Standing in the void, it was as if heaven and earth were separated. He seemed to be a very ordinary middle-aged man. His face was ordinary, but there was an indescribable majesty. One look at him would make people feel pressured. His sideburns were white, and his eyes were deep and calm, like the deep sea and the universe. Standing in the void, he was the center of attention, as if he was the center of heaven and earth. Then, his calm and deep eyes focused on one of the demon emperors who was fleeing quickly. He raised his hand and pointed with his index finger. As if his fingertip was touching a mirror-like surface of water, circles of ripples slowly spread out. Immediately, a thin ray of light shot through the air. It was fast, indescribably fast. It was unknown how many times faster it was than the speed of sound. The Demon Emperor powerhouse, who was fleeing at an astonishing speed, suddenly stopped. His body trembled, and he fell down. From the back of his head to the space between his eyebrows, his soul was also shattered in an instant. Impossible! The Demon Emperors were extremely shocked. Although their strength had not fully recovered, a Demon Emperor was still a Demon Emperor. Ordinary high-grade demons could not compare to them, yet they could not even withstand a single finger and were killed. It felt as if he was crushing an ant to death with a single finger. The disparity was simply too great. It was simply too horrifying. The 5 generals and the demon-slaying division's chief were also shocked. The chief general, who had come out of seclusion after dozens of years, was terrifyingly powerful. He could kill a titled emperor as if he was killing an ant. Although the strength of that demon emperor had not fully recovered and was not at his peak, he was killed so easily. They felt as if they were dreaming. Could it be that the chief general has already... He broke through. For a moment, the 5 generals and the demon-slaying division's chief general widened their eyes. Half-saint of the human race. The demon emperors were indescribably shocked. Unexpectedly, this was completely unexpected. The human tribe had given birth to a half-saint. What was a half-saint? Those who had not reached the half-saint realm did not know, but they were certain that it was a realm higher than titled emperor. It was even more terrifying. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to reach the half-saint realm. The nearest half-saint was more than 1,000 years ago when the ancient Heaven Demon Hall was wreaking havoc on the Blue Waves continent. However, that half-saint had not broken through by himself. Instead, he had relied on external forces to break through. Now, after more than 1,000 years, another half-saint had been born in the human race. Or had he broken through by himself? For a moment, fear spread in the hearts of the demon race's experts. Chapter 850. Half-Saint. This was a peerless powerhouse who could suppress an era. The chief army commander attacked again. The second demon emperor trembled and fell from the sky like a bird shot by an arrow. The fall of the second demon emperor shocked everyone again. Shunzong stared at it. He couldn't describe what he was feeling in his heart. It was unimaginable that they could be so powerful. The demons were completely panicking. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the 5 demon emperors to be killed. Then it would be their turn. Even though they weren't weak, they didn't have the slightest confidence in facing a terrifying half-saint powerhouse. They might even be killed in one move. In an instant, these demon emperor powerhouses retreated and returned to the demon camp. What should we do? The only thing we can do now is to use that move. At the mention of that move, the demon emperor's expressions changed drastically. That move was very, very powerful, but the price was also very, very high. Originally, it shouldn't have been necessary. But who would have thought that a half-saint would be born in the human race? A half-saint was a peerless powerhouse who was above the titled emperor powerhouses. Even the top titled emperor powerhouses were no match for a half-saint. They weren't on the same level at all. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to resist and might even be killed. If they died, the demons would definitely be at a disadvantage and be defeated by the human race. More than 1,000 years of planning would be for naught. It would take at least 1,000 years to make up for this loss. 1,000 years was undoubtedly a long time. For the great cause of our race, a necessary sacrifice is necessary, Demon Emperor Tian Tsang said solemnly. In that case, let's use that move. There was no need to worry. This was the only move that could resist a half-saint powerhouse. It had to be used. Immediately, the 7 demon emperors spread out and formed seals. Their powerful demonic energy surged. In the center, a ball of black light appeared from nothing and turned from subtle to intense. It turned into a black sun. Sensing the demon emperor's actions, the titled emperors of the human race changed their expressions. Although they didn't know what the demons were going to do, it definitely wasn't something good. Stop them, the first army commander roared. The titled emperors all made their moves. At the same time, that ball of black light instantly exploded and expanded outwards like a black star ring. Whistling sounds rang out between the heavens and earth, as though a storm was raging in all directions. The attacks of the emperor-level powerhouses were all blocked by the expanding ring of stars, unable to break through it all. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the star ring. Every move caused the world to tremble. Their power was unparalleled, but they couldn't do anything to the star ring. The ring expanded at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to 10,000 meters. On the other side, the 5 demon emperors who had escaped died one after another at the hands of the chief military lord. The chief military lord's deep and calm eyes fell on the rapidly expanding star ring, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes as if it could pierce the sky. Then he pointed out with his finger. Although it seemed like a simple finger move, it actually contained all of the chief military commander's power. This was one of the mysteries of the half-step sage. The power of this finger was extremely tyrannical, enough to instantly kill a titled emperor powerhouse. However, when this finger landed on the star ring, it made it pause slightly. After piercing a few hundred meters, its power was exhausted, and the star ring expanded again. This scene immediately made the chief military lord solemn. He also didn't know what that expanding black star ring was, but it was definitely not something good, at least for the human race. When he raised his hand, it was as if he was lifting an invisible, immemorial mountain. It was incomparably heavy, and dull rumbling sounds rang out continuously. The chief military lord took the initiative to use all of his strength, as if he was lifting a piece of land. All of his strength, as well as the power of the heavens and earth, merged into his palm. Then he raised his palm and slowly pushed it forward. It was as if the whole world was rushing towards the star ring, wanting to crush it with an earth-shattering force. The expansion of the ring of stars stopped in an instant, and the palm imprint continued to sink in. Shortly after, the 7 devil emperors erupted with power again, as if they were burning their lives. The ring of stars expanded once more, and the palm imprint gradually healed. This expansion was unstoppable. At this time, many of the demon race's soldiers below began to twitch, as if they had been electrocuted. Rays of black light spread out from their bodies, floated up into the sky, and merged into the star ring. Not long after, more than 100,000 demon race soldiers fell to the ground, their breath gone. Their bodies became shriveled, as if they had been sucked dry. Boom! The dark star ring expanded to a radius of 10,000 meters before it stopped. The 7 demon emperors were extremely weak and could only retreat to the side of the spatial channel, constantly taking demonic medicines to replenish their strength. The number of demon race soldiers who had sacrificed their lives for this was as high as 200,000. These were not ordinary demon race soldiers, but elite demon race soldiers. Every one of them had been strictly selected and trained hard to become true elites. They were very precious. 200,000. This was a huge number, much more than the number of demon race soldiers who had died so far. Thus, the price to pay for using this move was truly too great. A terrifying aura spread out from the star ring. This aura was so strong that it was actually not inferior to the powerful fluctuations emitted by the chief military lord. Everyone's heart trembled as they stared at the star ring. The chief military lord attacked again. His palm slashed down like a saber, like a heavenly saber descending, splitting the sky into two and slashing at the star ring. However, it was still unable to damage the star ring. After the 7 demon emperors recovered their strength slightly, they began to chant. They were chanting the language of the demon race, like the chanting of an ancient sacrifice. It sounded very mixed, but there was an indescribable rhythm, as if it came from an ancient abyss. Traces of coldness emerged from the depths of everyone's heart, quietly spreading out, and could not be stopped. Immediately, a huge head emerged from the center of the star ring. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a pair of spiral-like curved and incomparably sharp horns, followed by a ferocious demon head. This head was the size of a house, and its huge eyes emitted a blazing red light, like 2 burning suns. Between breaths, 2 blazing breaths came out from its nostrils, as if they could melt everything. The head appeared, followed by the body. The dark star ring was like a space-time portal that connected to the abyss. The huge body was incomparably strong, and every piece of dark green muscle was bulging, containing a terrifying power. With a boom, the wings on its back suddenly opened, bringing with it a whistling wind. The wings were pitch black, like the wings of a dragon, but also like the wings of a bat. Its hands were like claws, and its feet were like ox hooves, burning with a black and red demonic fire. Great Demon God. A group of demon race experts looked at the huge figure standing on the dark astral ring and knelt on the ground one after another. Their emotions were fanatical. Even those demon emperor powerhouses knelt on one knee. Demon God. The demon race believed in the god spirit, a legendary existence. By using the lives of the demon race as a sacrifice, they could perform the demon god summoning ritual and summon the demon god's avatar. The demon god looked over, opened its mouth, and an incomparably vigorous voice rolled like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The words it said were completely incomprehensible, and there was an incomparably ancient charm to them. Immediately, the demon god's eyes swept over them, and everyone involuntarily tensed up, as if they were being held by a terrifying invisible force. Their bodies tensed up, and their hearts almost stopped beating. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. Finally, the demon god's burning eyes fell on the chief army commander. The demon god felt an astonishing power and threat from the chief army commander. Boom! The moment the violent voice sounded, the demon god's attack had already arrived in front of the chief army commander. Fast, it was really too fast. Apart from the chief army commander, no one could see how the demon god attacked, not even the demon emperor powerhouses. The chief army commander also waved his hand. With a boom, the heavens and the earth trembled, and countless ripples spread out crazily, sweeping in all directions. This attack was evenly matched. However, the aftermath of the attack was as if the heavens and the earth were falling apart. It was really terrifying. The chief army commander's figure flickered, and he instantly closed in on the demon god. He straightened his hand like a knife and slashed down fiercely. The knife light was shocking, and it tore the sky apart. It was like a thunderbolt with an extreme destructive power, and it slashed towards the demon god. The demon god's figure flashed, and he disappeared under the knife light. He was extremely fast, and in a flash, he appeared behind the chief army commander. He clawed at the chief army commander's back fiercely, as if he was going to tear the sky apart. The chief army commander's figure was directly torn apart, but it was just an afterimage. The knife light, which was like a thunderbolt, turned in the air and slashed towards the demon god. This time, the demon god did not dodge. Instead, he clawed at the knife light. His claws were burning with a terrifying black and red demon flame, and it seemed to burn through the void, revealing a strange darkness. The knife light was shattered, and the demon flame dissipated. The demon god's ox hoof suddenly stomped, as if he was trampling on the void, and he stomped towards the chief army commander fiercely. He missed, and there was a shocking roar in the void. Terrifying ripples like crazy waves bombarded in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, pitch-black void cracks appeared continuously, and the void fragments were like duckweed on the surface of the water, moving with the waves. This demon god was also a half-saint strong martial artist. The power of each of his attacks was extremely terrifying, and it could destroy everything. The others stopped fighting because the key to victory had shifted from the victory of the army to the two half-saint strong martial artists. If the chief army commander won, then the rest of the demon race's army had better retreat and return to the earth demon abyss. Otherwise, they would be doomed. If the demon god won, then the human race would have to either escape or fight to the death to drag more people down with them, changing the situation with one person's strength. Chunzong murmured softly. This feeling was very frightening and shocking. This thought was like a seed that began to take root in his heart. King ranked. Too weak. Compared to the chief army commander and the demon god in front of him, there was no comparison at all. The other party could even kill countless king-ranked martial artists with a single breath. Even king-ranked and thearch-ranked martial artists were no different from ants in front of them. This was a true, strong martial artist, a strong martial artist who stood at the peak of all cultivators and looked down on the world. Chapter 851. Emperor Qing Ming stared at the Demon Suppression Army chief and the avatar of the Devil Clan, his expression changing. Both the human clan chief and the avatar of the Devil Clan were half-saint experts. Their strength was terrifying. Even if Emperor Qing Ming used all his strength, it would be difficult for him to resist one of their attacks. This was not good news for the Demon Clan, because there were no half-saint experts in the Demon Clan. Emperor Qing Ming hoped that the human clan half-saint and the devil avatar of the Devil Clan would both be injured. The best result would be to die together. Otherwise, the Demon Clan would always be inferior to the human clan, because there were no half-saint experts. They were peerless experts who could shock an era. The battle between the Demon Suppression Army chief and the Devil Avatar became more and more intense. Every time they attacked, they used their strength to the extreme and condensed it all. If the strength of an emperor was compared to wood, then the strength of a half-saint expert was like steel. Their extremely condensed strength, together with the power of heaven and earth, made each of their attacks extremely terrifying. Even from a distance, people were frightened for fear of being affected. Chunzong tried his best to open his eyes wide. This kind of battle between experts was extremely rare. However, the gap between their realms and cultivations made it difficult for Chunzong to catch their movements, even if he concentrated, let alone understand the mystery. He tried his best to see, but his eyes were sore. He could only see circles of violent ripples in the sky. The ripples were like wild waves overflowing, accompanied by earth-shattering roars. It was impossible to see who had the upper hand. Even the emperors could not tell. At this time, the two figures collided again and retreated 10,000 meters away from each other. The Demon Suppression Army chief looked serious. The Devil Avatar was really strong. It seems that I have to use all my strength. The army chief muttered to himself. A dazzling golden light flashed across his deep eyes, like a shooting star across the sky. Everyone was shocked to find that, with the army chief as the center, within a radius of 1,000 meters, dots of golden light rapidly appeared. The golden light intertwined and condensed into golden threads. An extremely sharp aura fluctuation spread out. Each golden thread seemed to be able to easily cut through everything. This kind of fluctuation was somewhat similar to the fluctuation of the true intent of metal, but it was more profound and unfathomable. When the demon god's avatar sensed the sharp fluctuations, the demonic flames in his eyes burned even more fiercely. With a boom, his body burst into black and red demonic flames. These demonic flames did not emit a high temperature, but a dark and domineering chi. They were not inferior to the chi emitted by the General Commander's golden chi. In fact, they seemed even stronger. This was an incomprehensible power. Golden lights filled the air and condensed rapidly. The commander opened his right hand and clenched his fist. The golden lights gathered in his hand and condensed into a golden halberd. With the golden halberd in hand, an indescribable domineering aura filled heaven and earth. On the other side, the Fiend Celestial's avatar was enveloped by a thick black-red Fiend Celestial flame, as if it was being burned by the flames of hell. Both the chief commander and the demon god's avatar were giving it their all. In an instant, a dazzling golden light tore through the sky. With an incomparably domineering aura, it blasted towards the demon god's avatar like a thunderbolt that could destroy the world. The demon god's avatar's sharp claws shook and broke through the air. An incomparably sharp roar resounded through heaven and earth, filling everyone's eardrums with a buzzing sound. Other than this sharp buzzing sound that made people dizzy, all other sounds had disappeared. Most people, except for the emperors, had fallen into a strange state of dizziness. They were in a trance, and their minds were scattered. It seemed like a long time had passed, as if 1,000 years had passed. But in fact, it was just a moment. The General Commander and the Demon God's avatar had already exchanged blows thousands of times. Each time, it was an astonishing collision, and each time, it burst forth with unparalleled power. Kacha! 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 That was the sound of space being torn apart. When everyone came back to their senses, they were shocked to see that the space was covered in black cracks. It was as if the space had been smashed into pieces of ceramic. Every black crack emitted a bone-chilling aura that could devour and destroy everything. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Any attack could tear or even break the space. This kind of power had already reached the limit of what the space could withstand. If it continued to grow stronger, it would only truly break the space. At that time, it would cause turmoil and even destroy the world. With a wave of the halberd, it tore through the sky, leaving a black crack. It ferociously attacked the demon god's avatar, directly bombarding it. It broke through the hell demonic flame's defense and left a long scar. It was as if the demon god's avatar was going to be cut in half. At the same time, the demon god's avatar's sharp claws tore through the air and bombarded the chief commander's body. Having no time to dodge, the chief commander could only take the demon god's avatar's sharp claws head-on. However, the demon god's avatar's sharp claws were too powerful. The claws that were covered with hell demonic flame were much stronger than before. In an instant, the chief commander's defensive power was broken. His robe was also torn apart. A claw mark was left on his chest. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. The terrible hell demonic flame continued to burn around the wound. It was about to spread and burn the chief commander to ashes. Golden light filled the air and began to press in from all directions. It constantly attacked and tore apart the hell demonic flame on the wound. As long as the hell demonic flame was destroyed, the wound would heal in a short time. At the same time, the hell demonic flame on the demon god's avatar continued to burn, burning the golden light on the wound. In this attack, both sides were injured. However, they continued to heal while attacking again. In the face of the chief commander's attack, the demon god's avatar did not dodge. It was completely fighting with its life on the line, which made the chief commander wary. It could be seen that the golden light on the demon god's avatar's wound was burned away and the wound healed quickly. On the other hand, the chief commander's wound had only destroyed half of the hell demonic flame. The other half was still very tenacious. The two were equal in strength. However, injuries would affect the performance of their strength to a certain extent. Obviously, the two were equal in strength, but the demon god's avatar was obviously more resistant. However, the chief commander did not want to fight the demon god's avatar head-on, but the demon god's avatar wanted to. The demon god's avatar opened its hands, and its sharp claws pierced through the air. It was as if a cage had descended and sealed the chief commander. In an instant, the chief commander waved his halberd and broke the cage. The demon god's avatar's eyes suddenly burst out, and two rays of black and red light shot out. That was the concentrated power of the hell demonic flame. At the same time, the demon god's avatar stomped his feet. The void shook, and countless ripples swept out. The chief commander felt as if he was being hit by a storm. For a moment, the chief commander was facing many attacks. In the face of danger, the chief commander did not panic. With the halberd in his hand, he waved it and resisted all the attacks. However, the demon god's avatar suddenly appeared behind him, and its sharp claws reached out. This attack was silent and difficult to detect. It was too mysterious. When the chief commander sensed it, it was too late. The sharp claws directly tore through the chief commander's defensive power and tore his back apart. The hell demonic flame invaded. It was extremely violent and destructive. It tried to burn the chief commander's body to ashes. Resisting the sharp pain, the chief commander turned around and waved his halberd at the demon god's avatar. The demon god's avatar did not intend to dodge. It let the golden halberd hit its body and cut into its shoulder. It sank half a meter deep, but its expression did not change at all. It waved its other claw again. Swish! The chief commander's chest was torn apart by the sharp claws again. The hell demonic flame invaded his body and connected with the wound on his back. The chief commander's expression suddenly changed. The chief commander's strength was unstable after being severely injured. However, the demon god's avatar did not care about his injury. It was just a doppelganger. Even if it died, the legendary demon god would not die. Its purpose was to kill a human clan half-saint. That was all. The continuous injuries weakened the chief commander's strength. Another move. With a boom, the golden halberd in the chief commander's hand shattered. It turned into countless golden lights that sputtered in all directions. The chief commander was covered by a layer of black and red hell demonic flame. He fell down like a meteor. The whistling sound was earth-shattering. With a boom, the chief commander smashed into the center of the demon-suppressing fortress. Rumble. The hard ground collapsed. Layers of power swept out like wild waves. All the ground and houses in the surroundings collapsed and turned into dust. Dust flew into the air, rising thousands of meters high. Chief Commander. The 5 generals and the chief commander of the demon-slaying division were both shocked and worried. If the chief commander was completely defeated, the demon-suppressing fortress would be doomed. Billowing waves kept rushing out, sweeping tens of thousands of meters. The demon-suppressing fortress was shaking as if it was about to collapse. After a dozen or so breaths of time, the dust settled. A huge crater several thousand meters wide appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The crater was over 100 meters deep, and at the center was a pitch-black hole. It was unknown how deep it was. That was the place where the chief commander had fallen. There was no movement. Was the chief commander dead? Immediately, the demon god's avatar roared as if it was sending a message. Attack! Demon Emperor Tian Tsang ordered immediately. He was excited because the demon god's avatar said that he had killed the human clan half-saint. The human clan half-saint was the biggest threat. Once he died, the demon race would attack the demon-suppressing fortress. In an instant, the high-spirited demon race army exploded with unprecedented power. They charged at the demon-suppressing army and the vanguard battalion with astonishing speed and momentum, causing even more casualties. They surged into the demon-suppressing fortress like a raging tide. The 7 demon emperors, who had recovered their strength, also rushed into the demon-suppressing fortress. On the other hand, the human clan's morale had plummeted because of the chief commander's defeat. Morale was very important on the battlefield. When morale was high, it was possible to turn defeat into victory. When morale was low, even if one had the advantage in strength, it would be difficult to exert their full strength. In the end, they could be defeated. If the chief commander won, the human clan's morale would undoubtedly soar, and they would be able to defeat the demon race army. However, the situation was the opposite. Chapter 852. Kill. The demon emperor roared. The demon army rushed into the demon-subduing fortress and attacked again. Kill. This was the roar of the human race's titled emperors. At this point, they could only fight to the death and kill as many demons as possible. Even in the end, they had to weaken the strength of the demon army and make it more difficult for them to invade Blue Wave's continent. This way, the other experts of Blue Wave's continent could better resist the invasion of the demon army. The demon god's avatar suddenly attacked and slashed out with its claw. Before the 5th army leader could react, he was caught by the sharp claw and torn into pieces. This scene made everyone's eyes widen and their pupils contract. Shortly after, the demon god's clone attacked again and tore apart the demon, slaying division's chief. In the blink of an eye, 2 titled emperors of the human race died. When the demon god's avatar was about to use the 3rd claw, it suddenly trembled, and the blazing infernal demonic flames on its body gradually extinguished. Following that, a little black and red light appeared on the enormous figure that made people's hearts palpitate and flew away like fireflies. As the light flew away, the huge figure of the demon god's clone also gradually dissipated. After defeating the half-step saints of the human race, it had also endured the attacks of the half-step saints of the human race. It had already reached its limit and began to disintegrate after attacking twice. Seeing the disintegration of the demon god's clone, the titled emperors of the human race and demon emperor Qing Ming sighed in relief. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand the attack of the demon god's clone. That kind of power was too terrifying. Kill. With a low shout, Chunzong drew his sword and sliced the 2 devils in half. Blood splattered all over the city walls like splashes of ink. Kill, kill, kill. Slash, slash, slash. He attacked crazily. It didn't matter what move he used, as long as he could attack faster and more powerfully. There were too many demons. Even after sacrificing 200,000, they still outnumbered the human race. In addition, their morale was greatly boosted, and they were incomparably fanatical. For a moment, the human race suffered even more casualties. The difference between the superior and the inferior was even more obvious. Junior brother, leave quickly. Tang Hua attacked Chunzong again and said to Chunzong. Chunzong didn't reply. Instead, he continued to attack and kill demons. Chunzong heard his senior martial brother Tang Hua's voice, but he was unwilling to leave. Tang Hua had no choice but to grab Chunzong's arm and throw Chunzong out. The strength of a king-ranked formidable martial artist was very strong. Chunzong could not control it all. Like a shooting star, he instantly traveled thousands of meters and headed out of the demon-suppressing fortress. When he landed, Chunzong was more than 10,000 meters away from the demon-suppressing fortress. Let's go. Tang Hua's voice rang in Chunzong's ears. Master still needs the antidote. His words made Chunzong stop in his tracks. That's right. Master, the Dark Feather Mountain Lord, is still unconscious. He still needs the antidote. 30 years. Only a few years had passed, and there were still more than 20 years to go. It seemed to be a long time, but Shenzong also understood that it was not a long time. Sometimes time passed in a flash. His purpose in coming to the demon-suppressing fortress, besides training, was to find the antidote for the demonic poison. However, he had not found it yet. It was too difficult, unwilling, extremely unwilling. However, he thought of his master, the Dark Feather Mountain Lord. Shenzong looked deeply at the demon-suppressing fortress 10,000 meters away. He waved his sword and killed a small group of demons that wandered over. Then, he quickly retreated. As he left the demon-suppressing fortress, Shenzong stared at it. He only hoped that there would be some changes that would be beneficial to the human race. My strength is still too weak. Shenzong couldn't help but clench his fists. If he had the strength of a chief military commander, he would be able to decide the outcome of this battle. How could he be so powerless? Demons. Shenzong's eyes flashed with a cold light that made people's hearts palpitate. One day, he would let the demons know how powerful he was. Shenzong wasn't the only one thrown out. The other geniuses were thrown out as well. They were the future of the human race. The 7 demon emperors erupted with power and suppressed the 4 titled great emperors of the human race. Emperor Qingming also saw that the situation was unfavorable. He fought one of the demon emperors while looking for an opportunity to leave. Since things were out of hand, he could only leave. With the death of the 5th military commander and the Demon Slayer Division's chief, the remaining 4 generals were prepared to fight to the death. Even if they died, they would take one of them down with them and perish together with the demon emperors. Driven by this desire to die, they unleashed all of their strength and launched a counterattack. They didn't care if they were injured or not, as long as they could kill their enemies. They quickly recovered from their disadvantage and fought to a draw with the 7 demon emperors. However, this was only temporary. They would be suppressed again. More and more demon soldiers died, as did the Vanguard Battalion. One could imagine that after this battle, the human race's overall strength would drop by a level. Who knew how many years it would take for them to recover? No one wanted to start a war like this, but if the demons wanted to invade, the human race couldn't just sit and wait. This was the only way. An Earth Spirit Realm cultivator was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Despair flashed through his eyes. Could it be that the general trend had really changed? Was the demon suppression fortress about to be conquered by the demons? He couldn't accept this. He really couldn't accept this. In the end, he could only die with this unwillingness in his heart. Seal. Just as the human race was at a complete disadvantage and despair pervaded the air, a dying voice rang out. It was like the final song of life, resounding through the heavens and piercing through the clouds. It drowned out all other sounds on the battlefield as soon as it rang out. There is a sense of familiarity to the voice, as if they'd heard it not too long ago. Many battles paused. It's the general's voice. The 4 generals who were still alive but injured were overjoyed. The general wasn't dead yet. Heavens, a second voice rang out, even louder than the first. At the same time, the entire demon suppression fortress trembled as if it were about to collapse. It also seemed that some terrifying power was awakening. Absolute. The voice became faster and louder. The 7 demon emperors' expressions changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. This human half-saint was still alive. Retreat, retreat, retreat. They roared, ordering the demon army to retreat immediately and leave the demon suppression fortress. Otherwise, something bad might happen. Hearing the demon emperor's order, the demon army retreated immediately. However, the human race reacted quickly and immediately tried their best to delay the demon army, disregarding their own casualties. The 4 titled emperors also displayed their secret techniques, bursting forth with even more strength to delay the 7 demon emperors. Earth. The moment the 4th word rang out, a violent buzzing sound suddenly rang out, resounding through the heavens and earth. A terrifying force suddenly emerged from the surroundings of the demon suppression fortress, rising from the ground and into the sky. This power spread out like smoke and mist, emitting a faint silver light. It blocked the retreating demons like a barrier. Suppress. The fifth word rang out, and the silver smoke in the air became thicker and stronger. Demon. The sixth word rang out. A demon emperor broke free and rushed out of the demon suppression fortress at an astonishing speed. He used all his strength to attack the silver smoke. With a boom, the silver smoke was almost dispersed. However, that small difference was like a natural chasm. After the sixth word rang out, the silver smoke became thicker. Great! The seventh word rang out, and the demon emperor exploded, but there was nothing he could do. Formation. The eighth word rang out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. The violent buzzing sound rang through the heavens and earth again, and the silver smoke covered the entire demon suppression fortress. Heaven sealing, terminating demon suppression formation. The general of the First Army opened his eyes wide and muttered to himself. He had heard of this formation before. It was a formation from ancient times. He didn't expect it to exist under the demon suppression fortress. Heaven sealing, terminating demon suppression formation. Demon suppression fortress. There was really a connection between these two. The heaven sealing, terminating demon suppression formation will restrict the entry and exit of demons. The general's voice rang out, and he flew out of the deep pit. His whole body emitted a dazzling golden light. When this formation is activated, it can be maintained for 10 years. Remember, make use of these 10 years to improve as much as possible and strengthen the strength of the human tribe. After saying that, the chief military lord's figure also landed above the deep pit. His whole body was shining with golden light, and he had become one with the sealing heaven impasse earth demon suppression formation. He had become the eye of the formation to suppress these demons. Chief Commander. Sorrow emerged from the hearts of the four commanders. As great emperors, as commanders, they understood the sealing sky, terminating land, great devil, suppressing formation better than anyone else. Chief Commander was sacrificing himself to seal these devils. 10 years. Retreat. The human tribe began to retreat from the demon suppression fortress, but the demons couldn't leave and could only be sealed here. 10 years. In the process of retreat, the human tribe also suffered great losses because the demons would not let the human tribe leave. This was a bloody battle. In the distance, Chunzong also heard the general's voice. Sealing heaven, decimating earth demon, suppressing grand formation. This name sounded very frightening, and the meaning it represented was also extraordinary. However, it was the first time Chunzong had heard of this formation, so he didn't understand its meaning. 10 years. In 10 years, improve as much as possible. 10 years. He had to at least become a half-saint to have the strength to dominate such a battle. However, was it possible to become a half-saint in 10 years? Chunzong didn't know, but he set a big goal for himself. One after another, the human tribe retreated from the demon suppression fortress. They were not hindered by the heaven-sealing, terminating demon suppression formation at all, as if they didn't exist. However, after retreating from the formation, some people tried to attack the demons inside the formation, but found that they were blocked by the power of the formation. They couldn't attack the demons inside, so they had to give up. The four generals also tried their best to fight their way out. In the end, the general of the Third Army died because he held back the 7 demon emperors so that the other 3 generals could escape. Someone had to make a sacrifice to save the others. No, damn it, damn it, damn it. Chapter 853. The white clouds were like smoke, and the sky was vast and mighty. The completely different scenery gradually cleared away the haze in Chunzong's heart. This was the territory of Ming's Sword Continent. He walked briskly and evenly along the wide sandy road. Facing the rising sun, his shadow was constantly elongating. Even so, there was still a haze buried in the deepest part of his heart. No matter how bright the sky was, it couldn't disperse. I wonder if Big Brother is still alive. Chunzong was a little absent-minded as he muttered to himself. The trip to the demon-suppressing fortress had left a deep impression on Chunzong. It was like a brand in his life that wouldn't disappear until death. The demon army invaded. In that battle, there were countless casualties. It was full of ups and downs, from despair to hope, and then to despair. When he thought that the situation was over, the general sacrificed himself to activate the great array hidden under the demon-suppressing fortress. Sealing heaven, decimating earth demon suppression array. When the great array was activated, it directly sealed the demon-suppressing fortress. The demons couldn't enter or leave, but the humans weren't restricted. The seal lasted for 10 years. 10 years. This was equivalent to 10 years of breathing time for the humans. These 10 years were also incomparably important. It allowed the humans to recuperate and recover from the consumption of that battle. However, the demons were powerful and ferocious. No one knew whether the humans could still defeat them after 10 years. It was as if an invisible sword was hanging above their heads and could fall at any time and pierce through their heads. This kind of pressure made it difficult for many people to breathe. As for the space passage, it was destroyed by the joint attack of the 3 generals and the remaining 100 Sky Profound Realm experts. It cut off the retreat of the demons and also cut off the path of the demons to enter the Blue Waves continent again. In other words, after 10 years, the demons in the demon-suppressing fortress only had 2 choices: either die in battle or attack and occupy the Blue Waves continent. Since the demons were sealed in the demon-suppressing fortress, the demon-suppressing army reorganized. Some stayed to guard and prevent people from deliberately destroying the Great Array, and some left to increase their strength as much as possible. Chunzong also chose to leave. For the time being, he put the matter of the demon-suppressing fortress aside. The next stop was Ming's Sword Continent. Now that he had become a king, he was invincible in the extreme mortal realm. It was time to look for the Heavenly Master Sword Sect that had been founded by the Heavenly Master Jiandi. Heavenly Master Jiandi. Heavenly Master Sword Sect. Duan Guchuan. Ban Zhongquan. The Heavenly Master Jiandi was dead, and no one knew if the Heavenly Master Sword Sect was still in Bright Sword Continent, or if it had already disappeared into the River of Time. As for Duan Guchuan and Ban Zhongquan, one was the first disciple of Senior Tongtian Jiandi, while the other was the 3rd disciple. According to the consciousness left behind by Jiandi, Duan Guchuan and Ban Zhongquan were both in the Profound Sky realm at that time. Of them, Ban Zhongquan was stronger because his talent was more outstanding. However, Ban Zhongquan was ambitious. He coveted Jiandi's opportunity and joined forces with others to severely injure the Heavenly Master Jiandi. As a result, the Heavenly Master Jiandi was poisoned by the demonic poison and died. Demonic poison. Thinking of this, Chunzong's heart was filled with hatred and killing intent. His master, the Lord of Mount Sangyu, was poisoned by the demonic poison and had yet to wake up. His life was limited. Senior Tongtian Jiandi was poisoned by the demonic poison and died. In addition, Chunzong was more sensitive to the demonic poison after the recent battle at the demon-suppressing fortress, because the demonic poison came from the demon race. Ban Zhongquan is in cahoots with the demon race. Even if they're not directly in cahoots, they are related. Chunzong thought to himself, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Whoever was in cahoots with the demon race, whether directly or indirectly, deserved to die. However, more than 1,000 years had passed. According to the Heavenly Master Jiandi, if Ban Zhongquan did not die, it was very likely that he would become an emperor. Chunzong was no match for an emperor. Let's find out more about the Heavenly Master Sword Sect first. Chunzong thought to himself. As for the rest, he would take it one step at a time. When he was strong enough, he would help the Heavenly Master Jiandi clean up the sect. Beside the wide and long sandy road, there were a few thatched huts. Outside the huts, there was a simple straw shed. Under the straw shed, there were a few old tables and chairs. On top of the tables were a few frosted tea bowls. There were a few people sitting in the tea shed discussing something. Chunzong walked over and sat down on an empty table. Old man, a cup of tea. Chunzong's tone was light. Coming. An old man with white hair and beard, but a ruddy complexion, walked over with quick steps while carrying a large teapot. He skillfully poured a cup of amber-colored tea for Chunzong. The aroma of the tea spread out and refreshed Chunzong's mind. It was a good cup of tea. As he drank the tea, Chunzong pondered while listening to the people at the next table. It was related to the demon-suppressing fortress. The news of that battle was not sealed off. Instead, it was spread out. "You must be from other continents, young man." The old man in the tea shed asked with a smile as he poured more tea for Chunzong. His voice sounded old, but it was full of vigor and vitality. However, Chunzong did not sense any strong aura from this old man. In other words, this old man was either an ordinary person with a weak cultivation base, or an expert who hid his cultivation base. However, the former was more likely. "Old man, how can you tell?" Chunzong could not help but smile and ask in return. "Intuition." The old man smiled and said, "I've been running this tea shed for more than 40 years. I've seen countless people." Chunzong couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of this. "By the way, old man, you know a lot about the Brightsword continent, don't you?" Chunzong asked. "That depends on the aspect." The old man smiled and said, "But I'm a native of the Brightsword continent. When I was young, I traveled extensively and can be considered to have some knowledge. Now that I've been guarding this tea shed, guests from all directions pass by and talk about the world. There are all kinds of strange things. As I listen, this old man knows more." "How many Emperor-level experts are there in the Brightsword continent?" Chunzong's question stunned the old man. This question was too high. Immediately, Chunzong shook his head and smiled. To ask a person with a low cultivation base such a question, the other party might not even know what an Emperor-level expert was. An Emperor-level expert? That's too high of a mountain to look up to. The old man came back to his senses and laughed. "If it were an ordinary person, I would have been stumped by your question. But although I'm an ordinary person, my knowledge is not low. A few years ago, I heard that an Emperor-level expert was born in the Brightsword continent, but that was many years ago. Currently, there are probably no Emperor-level experts in the Brightsword continent." The old man smiled and said, "Generally speaking, only the top 15 forces had 1 or 2 or even 3 or 4 Emperor-level experts. The other top sect that was second to the top 15 forces had a very low probability of having an Emperor-level expert. Of course, this was all on the surface. It was hard to say whether they were hidden in the dark. Without reaching that level, it was difficult to know. I once heard from my elders that nearly 2,000 years ago, there was a supreme existence that swept the continent. He was called the Heavenly Master Jindy." When Chunzong mentioned the Heavenly Master Jindy, the old man's pupils shrank but recovered quickly. It was so fast that even Chunzong did not notice. "I also heard that the Heavenly Master Jindy founded the Heavenly Master Sword sect. I practiced the sword and was very curious. This time, I went out to train and wanted to pay a visit to the Heavenly Master Sword sect to see the sword techniques that the Heavenly Master Jindy had passed down. But I don't know which direction the Heavenly Master Sword sect should go." "You were born too late." The old man sighed and smiled. "The Heavenly Master Sword sect has long become history." Hearing this, Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. Become history? Could it be that the sect founded by the Heavenly Master Jindy had disappeared just like that? Many years ago, the Heavenly Master Sword sect disappeared without a trace. Some say that it was disbanded, while others say that it left. No one knows where it went. The old man smiled. "Sir, do you know where the ruins of the Heavenly Master Sword sect are?" "I would like to pay my respects," Chunzong said, looking like a swordsman who was on a pilgrimage to the Tao of the Sword. "Head north. After passing by White Sword City, head east for another 300 miles. There is a mountain called the Broken Sword Peak. The Heavenly Master Sword sect used to be on the Broken Sword Peak." The old man smiled and pointed the way for Chunzong. "Thank you, sir." Chunzong clasped his fists. After drinking 2 bowls of tea, Chunzong did not have a spiritual shell to pay for it. The old man did not accept it. It was just 2 bowls of tea, not worth much. But when Shenzong passed by the old man, he stuffed a low-grade spiritual source into the old man's hand. A piece of low-grade spirit source was nothing to the current Shenzong. Holding the low-grade spiritual source, the old man looked at Shenzong's back as he left. He could not help but smile. Is he really here to pay his respects to the ruins of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect? He shook his head. That should be the gist of it. The old man retracted his gaze and poured more tea for the other guests. He set off alone, heading north. The Heavenly Master Sword Sect. Shenzong muttered to himself as he walked. Could it really have been disbanded? It looked like that was most likely the case. But he still wanted to pay a visit to the ruins of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect. No matter what, the legacy that the Heavenly Master Jindy had given him meant that he was fated to be with the Heavenly Master Sword Sect. Shenzong's speed increased. In the blink of an eye, he had become a shooting star that streaked across the ground. Shenzong traversed mountains and crossed rivers. The long journey seemed to be shortened infinitely under his incredible speed. Shenzong saw the silhouette of a city. That city was very unique. It was the most unique one that Shenzong had seen so far. The city walls were white. No matter how the wind blew, rain, or sun shone, the white was not tainted in the slightest. Under the sunlight, it reflected a dazzling light. As he neared, he could see more clearly. Some of the buildings in the city were very tall. They stood like sword pagodas in the middle of the city, like a symbol. White Sword City. With a smile on his face, Shenzong approached quickly. Bright Sword Continent was different from the other continents. Or rather, it had its own unique characteristics. Because the Heavenly Master Jindy had swept across the continent for 2,000 years, suppressing all the experts of the same generation, Bright Sword Continent had become a gathering place for swordsmanship. Every martial artist of Bright Sword Continent preferred swordsmanship, and their weapon of choice was the sword. Although the Heavenly Master Jindy had become history and the Heavenly Master Sword Sect had ceased to exist after 1,000 years, the practice of swordsmanship had been passed down from generation to generation, becoming more and more prosperous. It could be said that Bright Sword Continent was the most popular place on the Blue Waves continent for swordsmanship. It had the most variety of swordsmanship and swordsmanship. Chapter 854. The moment he entered White Sword City, Shenzong could feel the thick aura of the sword. This was a kind of atmosphere, a kind of culture, a kind of heritage. Walking along the wide streets of White Sword City, he could see people with swords at their waists or on their backs everywhere. Regardless of their level of cultivation, they were all practicing the sword. Shenzong could estimate that at least 90% of the martial artists practiced the sword. On both sides of the wide streets, he could see many swordsmiths, sword towers, sword pagodas, and other buildings. There were also countless restaurants and shops with swords in their names. Even the air was filled with a smell that made Shenzong happy. It was the smell of the sword. I wonder how the martial artists trained in such a place are. Shenzong muttered to himself. His voice was so soft that only he could hear it. Let's go to the ruins of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect first, then come to White Sword City. Shenzong immediately decided on his itinerary. Therefore, he was very curious about White Sword City. After passing through the streets of White Sword City, he left through another city gate. As the old man in the tea stall had said, he headed east for 300 miles. In the distance, Shenzong saw a mountain peak. A mountain peak that had a large section broken off. Broken Sword Peak. This was where the ruins of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect used to be. Broken Sword Peak. He muttered to himself. He could see that this mountain peak had been cut off and was not naturally formed. Perhaps it was caused by the battle between the Heavenly Master Jindy and other strong enemies many years ago. Shenzong leaped into the air and quickly approached the Broken Sword Peak. When he landed on the Broken Sword Peak, he could see the ruins of the palace. Collapsed palaces and broken city walls, battered by wind and rain for more than 1,000 years, spoke volumes of the vicissitudes of time. From the silhouette of the ruins, one could see that the Heavenly Master Sword sect had been rather glorious back in the day. It was probably close to the top 15 powers. After all, although the Heavenly Master Jindy had unparalleled battle prowess and defeated all the Emperor-level fighters on the continent, the Heavenly Master Sword sect had only been established for a short period of time. Although it had great potential, it had not yet been established. If the Heavenly Master Sword sect had been given time, with the power and reputation of the Heavenly Master Jindy, the Heavenly Master Sword sect would have been able to develop and eventually become comparable to the 15 major powers, becoming the 16th major power. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Master Sword sect had only been established for a few short decades before it was reduced to history due to a calamity. Standing in the ruins of the former mountain gate of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, Chunzong's gaze became unfocused. He had an indescribable feeling. Soon after, he let out a long sigh. All of his emotions were expelled in this single breath. His absent-mindedness was replaced by determination. His eyes emitted an extremely sharp light that pierced through the sky. Powerful. Only by becoming strong, extremely strong, incomparably strong, could one calmly face all difficulties and dangers. If the Heavenly Master Jinny back then had been a half-saint, then Ban Zhongquan's plan would not have succeeded. All of the plots and schemes, even the so-called overt ones, could be successfully carried out in the end. At the end of the day, it was still related to power. If one's power was strong enough, so strong that it was beyond the reach of others, then all external factors would not be able to affect it. At this moment, Chunzong's belief in pursuing power became even more resolute. His spiritual awareness surged, collapsing towards the center and rapidly condensing. The fourth tier of the art of cultivating the spirit, which had been stagnant all this time, had a breakthrough at this moment. His spiritual awareness was compressed at a high intensity. Finally, a small sword that glowed with fluorescent light appeared in Chunzong's sea of consciousness. That was the sword of spiritual awareness. In the past, Chunzong had condensed the sword of spiritual awareness. But the sword of spiritual awareness was many levels lower than the sword of spiritual awareness. The sword of spiritual awareness was even more difficult to condense. Today, after experiencing the battle at the demon-suppressing fortress and seeing the ruins of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, he was greatly moved. His conviction was incomparably firm, and thus he had a breakthrough. Xiao! The sharp sound of wind breaking came from afar. Chunzong turned his head to look and saw a green light flying towards him at an astonishing speed. Behind it, a golden light broke through the air, following closely behind like a shadow. These two lights exuded a sharp aura, like a sharp sword unsheathed. It could be seen that the speed of the green light was somewhat slower than the golden light, and the distance between the two was constantly shortening. With Chunzong's eyesight, he could naturally see that the figures in the green light and the golden light were two youths. Referring to them as youths was naturally referring to their appearance. As for their actual age, it was another matter. After all, cultivators tended to live longer than ordinary people, especially those with good talent. They often cultivated to a higher realm at a younger age, so they could maintain their youthful appearance for a longer time. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator cultivated to the true martial realm, the speed of their aging would be greatly reduced. If they broke through to the transcendent realm before the age of 50, then they would maintain a relatively youthful appearance for a long time in the future. These two people were both at the extreme mortal realm. Chunzong could easily sense that one was at the early third layer of the extreme mortal realm, while the other was at the mid-third layer of the extreme mortal realm. When the green light approached Chunzong, it made a sharp turn, circling around Chunzong. However, the golden light did not dodge at all, directly rushing towards Chunzong as if he did not exist. Under such circumstances, the distance between the green light and the golden light was greatly reduced. Immediately, the approaching figure in the golden light unsheathed his sword and slashed through the air, sending out a golden sword light. It was so sharp that it directly cut open the ground and shot towards Chunzong like a hot knife through butter. He attempted to slash past Chinzong and then attack the green light figure. However, the expression of the figure in the green light suddenly changed. He quickly turned around and unsheathed his sword. With a sudden shake, a green sword light swept out like a storm towards the golden sword light. The green sword light was so powerful that it tore open the ground, sending dust into the air. However, the green sword light was not as powerful as the golden sword light. It was defeated in an instant, but it also weakened the golden sword light, sweeping past Chinzong. With a bang, it shattered a broken wall behind him, leaving a shocking sword mark on the ground that was over 100 meters long. Soft-hearted. The people of the Polar Sky Association are so weak. No wonder you hide like rats. A sharp, mocking voice sounded from the golden light figure, full of murderous intent. You people of the Skyscraper Association are so cruel and merciless. Sooner or later, you will suffer retribution, the green light figure angrily rebuked. Pedantic and ignorant. The young man in the golden robe laughed wildly. He waved his sword again, and in a flash, 10 golden sword lights slashed through the air. They were not only aimed at the young man in the green robe, but also at Chinzong. Just as the young man in the green robe said, he was really cruel and merciless. Damn it! The young man in the green robe was furious. He burst out with his strength, wielding his sword with both hands, and suddenly swept it out. It turned into a tyrannical storm, raging between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the 10 sword lights were all swept away and shattered. Hurry up and leave. The young man in the green robe shouted at Chinzong. He held his sword as if he was one with it and attacked the young man in the golden robe. Ignorant. The young man in the golden robe grinned. His eyes were blazing with ferocity. He slashed out with his sword, and the sharp edge of his sword suddenly tore the sky apart. Its power made the young man in the green robe pale. In one breath, the two swords collided dozens of times, and the young man in the green robe was sent flying. His sword hand was slightly trembling. A small gap in cultivation made a difference. If there was no accident, he would most likely die here. The young man in the green robe saw that Chinzong was still standing in the same place and had no intention of leaving. He could not help but become anxious. Hurry up and leave. The people of the Skyscraper Association are all cruel and merciless. They have killed countless people. You want to leave? It's too late. Both of you stay here. The young man in the golden robe slashed his sword once again. The sword light was dazzling, and it easily tore the air apart. It was as if even refined steel could not withstand it. The young man in the green robe's expression changed greatly. He was not confident that he could withstand it. Moreover, he was planning to save the young man next to him. Gritting his teeth, the young man in the green robe flashed and appeared in front of Chinzong. He shouted and waved his sword with all his strength. Hurry up and leave. Suddenly, the young man in the green robe felt as if a figure flashed in front of him. Then, he seemed to hear the sound of a sword, which lingered in his ears. When the sound of the sword died down, the young man in the green robe was shocked to find that the figure in front of him was the one he had protected behind him. When he looked again, the young man in the golden robe who had been chasing him was lying in a pool of blood. His neck had been cut off, and his head rolled to the side, facing the sky. His eyes were wide open, and there was still shock and confusion in his eyes. You. The young man in the green robe could not help but step back. He stared at Chinzong in horror and could not speak a complete sentence. It was too shocking. It was really too shocking. He had thought that this person had some strength, but he would not be strong. At least, he would not be stronger than him. He did not expect that it would be completely unexpected. When he came to his senses, he remembered that he had asked the young man to leave many times and attacked him many times. He felt a little embarrassed. Senior, thank you very much for your help. The young man in the green robe took a deep breath, suppressed the shock and all kinds of distracting thoughts in his heart, and saluted Chinzong very solemnly with his hands folded. He called Chinzong Senior. Obviously, he thought that Chinzong was a young but very old master. I was just saving myself. Chinzong smiled. The young man in the green robe, and he did not know each other, but he stopped to save him. It showed that he had a good character. Of course, although Qinzong admitted that the young man had a good character, he also knew that he would not be able to do this. After all, he knew that he was not a match for the young man. If he still stopped, it was no different from suicide. No, if you didn't help me, I would have died this time. The young man in the green robe said seriously, "My name is Qin Hao. How should I address you?" "Chunzong." Chunzong responded neither slowly nor quickly. "Senior Chun, thank you very much for saving me," Qin Hao said. Immediately, his eyes swept over the body of the young man in the golden robe, and his face changed again. "Senior, this person is from the Skyscraper Society. The Skyscraper Society is unscrupulous and cruel. If they know that you killed their people, they will definitely take revenge on you." As he spoke, he pulled out his sword and slashed the body several times. Then he took the sword and mustard seed bag and handed them to Qinzong. "Senior, leave here quickly." Chapter 855. The youth called Qin Hao bid farewell and left. Qinzong learned more about Bright Sword Continent from Qin Hao, as well as the Skyscraper Society and the Skyscraper Society. Whether it was the Skyscraper Society or the Skyscraper Society, they were both very mysterious organizations, especially the Skyscraper Society, which had been established over 1,000 years ago. It was mysterious and powerful, and almost no one knew where its headquarters were. The Skyscraper Society was unscrupulous and powerful and couldn't be provoked. They were tyrannical in Bright Sword Continent, and the mere mention of them made people pale. As for who founded the Skyscraper Society, very few people knew, and even if they did, they wouldn't say it. If the Skyscraper Society knew that Chunzong had killed their people, they would definitely seek revenge on Chunzong. As for the Skyscraper Society, it had been established hundreds of years ago. Qin Hao didn't reveal much about it. Although Chunzong had saved him, the Skyscraper Society had been targeted by the Skyscraper Society and was their primary target. If they weren't careful enough, they would have been wiped out by the Skyscraper Society long ago. Chunzong returned to White Sword City. The cities of Bright Sword Continent all had the word sword in their names. For example, White Sword City, Red Sword City, Green Sword City, and so on. There were a total of 7 large sword cities, and White Sword City was one of them. Although Chunzong had stepped into White Sword City before, he had only been passing by and hadn't paid much attention to it. Now that he had returned from the ruins of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, he once again stepped into White Sword City and carefully browsed through it. The buildings of White Sword City were closely related to swords. There were many sword towers, and it could be said that many buildings were built in the shape of sword towers, such as restaurants and merchant houses. Sword pavilions were everywhere, and they taught people how to use the sword. But the most famous buildings in the sword cities weren't sword towers or pavilions, but sword pagodas. There were 77 sword pagodas in each of the 7 sword cities, and each sword pagoda had its own story, which was closely related to its first master. It was rumored that the first master of each sword pagoda was an expert and had extraordinary attainments in the way of the sword. Similarly, each sword pagoda contained the first master's insights on the way of the sword for future generations to comprehend. However, not everyone was qualified to comprehend it, and it was not something that could be easily comprehended. Things that were easy to obtain would always be looked down upon. Only things that were hard to obtain were more precious. If you want to comprehend the insights of the Tao of swords in the Sword Pagoda, you can challenge it. As long as you defeat the current pagoda master, you will be able to comprehend it for as long as you want. There is no time limit. Sword pagodas. Chunzong stared at the 77 sword pagodas that stood on the ground. They were scattered all around White Sword City. If one were to look at them from above, they would discover that the arrangement of the 77 sword pagodas followed a certain pattern, like the outline of a huge sword. Naturally, Chunzong was also interested in the insights of the way of the sword left by the predecessors. He also wanted to study them. One of the reasons why he came to Bright Sword Continent was because of the rich way of the sword here. He wanted to further perfect the sword principle of mind, so the insights of the way of the sword and the sword pagodas were very suitable. If he wanted to comprehend the insights of the sword pagodas, he had to challenge the current pagoda master and defeat him to become the new pagoda master. Challenges were not trivial. Therefore, Chunzong wanted to have a deeper understanding of the 77 sword pagodas first. Fortunately, the information of the 77 sword pagodas was not a secret. It was easy to find out. Sitting in a restaurant near a sword pagoda, Chunzong leaned against the window. He could see the towering sword pagodas when he turned his head slightly. They were like giant swords that pointed to the sky, majestic and imposing. Yesterday, the White Mountain Sword defeated the Black Water Sword and became the pagoda master of the 73rd Sword Pagoda. I know. I saw it with my own eyes. The White Mountain Sword defeated the Black Water Sword by a small margin. It was a very difficult victory. When the White Mountain Sword comprehends the insights of the way of the sword in the 73rd Sword Pagoda, he will become even stronger. Is there anyone who wants to challenge the Sword Pagodas today? Yes, I have received news that someone is going to challenge the 57th Sword Pagoda in the afternoon. The current pagoda master of the 57th Sword Pagoda is Sword Saint Green Bamboo. Who is so bold to challenge Sword Saint Green Bamboo? Sword Saint. This was an honorific title that was below the Sword King. It also represented a kind of sword Dao realm. Those who could obtain the title of Sword Saint not only had high cultivation, but their attainments in the way of the sword were also astonishing. Therefore, it was very difficult to defeat them. I vaguely know. It is said that he is a genius from one of the Sword Dao aristocratic families. Chunzong listened to the discussions in a restaurant while drinking wine and sorting out the information he had received. There were 77 sword pagodas, and their names were very simple. They were the first sword pagoda, second sword pagoda, and third sword pagoda. Such names were easy to remember and were very intuitive. Among them, the first sword pagoda to the seventh sword pagoda were the tallest, being 490 feet tall. The 8th sword pagoda to the 17th sword pagoda were 420 feet tall. The 18th sword pagoda to the 37th sword pagoda were 350 feet tall. The 38th sword pagoda to the 57th sword pagoda were 280 feet tall. The 58th to 77th sword pagodas were 220 feet tall. It was rumored that the first pagoda masters of the 1st to 7th sword pagodas were sword cultivators of the profound heaven realm. The first pagoda masters of the 8th to 17th sword pagodas were emperor-ranked sword cultivators, which meant that they were sword emperor-ranked martial artists. The first pagoda masters of the 18th to the 37th sword pagodas were powerful earthly spirit realm sword cultivators. The first pagoda masters of the 38th to the 57th sword pagodas were king-ranked sword cultivators and sword kings. The first pagoda masters of the 58th to the 77th sword pagodas were sword monarch-ranked martial artists. The 77 sword pagodas were not built in a day. They took close to 2,000 years to build. The current pagoda masters of the 77 sword pagodas were not as powerful as the first pagoda master. For example, the tower masters of the 58th sword tower to the 77th sword tower were all sword monarch realm experts. But now, the tower masters of the 60th sword tower and onward were only sword monarch realm experts. As for the 61st to 77th sword towers, they weren't sword monarch realm experts. If one wanted to challenge the current pagoda master, they would have to make arrangements with the sword controller department of White Sword City. The challenge would be carried out in front of everyone, and the winner would become the new pagoda master. After finishing his meal, Chunzong stood up and left the restaurant. He walked towards the sword controller department. You want a challenge? A member of the sword controller department looked at Chunzong suspiciously. From his appearance, Chunzong looked very young. This was because Chunzong had broken through to the transcendent realm at a relatively young age. Yes, Chunzong nodded. Which sword pagodas do you want to challenge? The 77th, Chunzong said. The first pagoda master of the 77th sword pagodas was a sword monarch-ranked martial artist. He also had profound attainments in the sword Dao. Whether or not he could be compared to Chunzong, he should be able to inspire Qinzong. At the very least, he could deepen his understanding of the Sword Dao. The challenge fee is 1,000 low-rank spirit sources. If the challenge is successful, the fee will be refunded. The member said directly. The challenge fee of 1,000 low-rank spirit sources was actually a threshold. For an ordinary extreme mortal realm martial artist, 1,000 low-rank spirit sources was not a small amount. Not everyone could afford it. However, if one was strong enough, it was not too difficult to obtain 1,000 low-rank spirit sources. Therefore, 1,000 low-rank spirit sources was like a watershed. If one was not strong enough and still insisted on challenging, the consequence would be losing 1,000 low-rank spirit sources. The price was very high, so one had to think twice. 1,000 low-rank spirit sources was nothing to Qinzong. He could easily take it out and pay the fee. Your challenge will be held in the afternoon. Remember, do not leave. Otherwise, it will be counted as a failure. The member of the Sword Controller Department said. Also, during the challenge, your spiritual energy will be temporarily restrained. Only your Sword Dao attainments will determine the winner. Qinzong nodded. He took the challenge token and left the Sword Controller Department. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. At the Thousand Swords Arena, not far from the Sword Controller Department, countless heads were moving. There were people who had come to watch the battle. Qinzong was not in the crowd. As he was the challenger, he was arranged to rest in a sword tower. Through the open windows of the sword tower, he could clearly see everything on the Thousand Swords Arena. Under the gazes of thousands of people, a figure flew past like a gust of wind and appeared on the heptagonal Thousand Swords Arena. He was as quiet as a scholar. He wore a long green robe with bamboo patterns on it. He carried a long sword on his back, and his robe fluttered in the wind. It's Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo. Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo is here. I have never seen Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo fight before. I have seen it once. It was when Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo challenged the 60th Sword Tower. It was very exciting. I wonder who Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo's opponent is. In the midst of all the discussions, Qinzong's gaze fell on Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo. A cool breeze blew past. Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo's long robe fluttered in the wind like bamboo, leaves swaying. His eyes were calm, and there was no sharpness in them. There was only a kind of indifference. When one looked into his eyes, one would feel a sense of calmness. At this moment, another figure flew out from another sword tower. He was as fast as a stream of light. In an instant, he appeared on the Thousand Swords Arena and stood in front of Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo. Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo had the appearance of a middle-aged man. However, he looked rather young. He seemed to be a young man in his 30s. His eyebrows were slanted upwards like swords. His eyes were resplendent and filled with radiance. They were incomparably sharp. He was like an unsheathed sword that pierced through the air. His purple-gold long robe was covered with countless sword patterns. The sword patterns were like dragons, luxurious and mysterious. He is Tang Tianlong of the Longjian family. Tang Tianlong of the Heavenly Dragon Sword. It's actually him. After recognizing the young man's identity, there was a series of exclamations. Be it Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo or Tang Tianlong of the Heavenly Dragon Sword, Qinzong did not know them, nor had he heard of them. However, from the enthusiastic tone and atmosphere of the crowd, he could feel that they were very famous. In the world of martial artists, being famous often meant having strength. Qinzong could not help but be interested. Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo. From now on, I will be the 57th Sword Pagoda Master. Tang Tianlong spoke with astonishing confidence. Then you'll have to defeat me first. Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo smiled, but his tone was very calm. I will defeat you. Tang Tianlong's tone was filled with supreme confidence. It was as though defeating Sword Gentleman Green Bamboo was not a difficult task. Chapter 856. On the Thousand Sword platform, everyone was watching. The Thousand Sword Forbidden Origin formation was instantly activated. Thousands of sword lights surrounded the thousand-sword platform, and the power of the formation spread out, instantly sealing Tang Tianlong and Sword Saint Green Bamboo's spiritual energy. The sharp sword was unsheathed, and a dragon's roar resounded. It was as if a heavenly dragon was patrolling the sky, and golden light spread out in all directions. A shocking aura immediately surged from Tang Tianlong's body and soared into the sky. The sword's roar was melodious, and it was as domineering as a dragon's roar. Rustle, rustle, rustle. There seemed to be wind whistling past, blowing through the bamboo forest. The sound of thousands of bamboo leaves swaying could be heard clearly. It was Sword Saint Green Bamboo unsheathing the sword on his back. The sword was green, like a long and narrow bamboo leaf. It was Sword Saint Green Bamboo's beloved green bamboo spiritual sword. He flicked the sword with his left hand, and the sword trembled slightly, shaking out layers of sword light. It was misty, like the swaying shadow of a bamboo. Immediately after, a golden sword light that was like a dragon flew through the air and roared. Tang Tianlong had attacked. The Longjian aristocratic family was one of the famous aristocratic families of the Sword Dao in the Bright Sword continent. In terms of power, it was considered a high-grade sect. Moreover, it belonged to the top among the high-grade sections. They all had experts in the late stage of the sky, profound realm, overseeing them. There had also been a few sword emperors and sword kings in the sword clans. The golden dragon flew through the sky, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was so lifelike that it made people cry out in surprise. Sword Saint Green Bamboo's expression was calm, and the green bamboo spiritual sword trembled as it swung out. The fine sword light cut through the air as thin as a bamboo leaf. In this challenge, other than the temporary restriction of spiritual energy, one could not rely on any external force, nor could they use any secret or forbidden arts. They could only rely on their attainments in the way of the sword. It was indeed shocking to be able to do this with just the attainments in the way of the sword. The golden dragon descended from the sky in an extremely domineering manner. It swung its claws and grabbed its Sword Saint Green Bamboo, bringing with it a violent wind. But when the wind blew, Sword Saint Green Bamboo's figure dissipated like smoke, causing the dragon's claws to miss. Then, a wisp of green sword light lightly and nimbly passed through the gap between the dragon's claws and attacked Tang Tianlong. The green sword light seemed slow, but in reality, it was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Tang Tianlong. Just this one strike was enough to display the demeanor of the sword sovereign, causing Tang Tianlong's expression to change. He roared out, and his sword trembled. Golden light filled the air, transforming into a golden dragon that coiled around his body, protecting him firmly. Immediately after, the golden dragon's sword slashed upwards with a rising dragon strike. It was as though a golden dragon had soared into the sky, wanting to lift Sword Monarch Green Bamboo up. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo blocked with his sword. Under the tyrannical power, he was about to be sent flying. However, his body bent backwards like a bamboo being blown by a gust of wind before suddenly bouncing back. His sword slashed towards Tang Tianlong with an even more astonishing speed and violent power. Shenzong's eyes lit up when he saw this. Strong bamboo in the wind. Shenzong couldn't help muttering to himself. When the wind blew against the bamboo, it would bend. If it didn't break, it would rebound. The rebound force was extremely powerful and could easily injure a person. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's strike was clearly derived from the essence of the strong bamboo in the wind. The protective golden dragon was instantly shattered. Tang Tianlong retreated like a swimming dragon, and the golden dragon sword turned into a dragon head aura that attacked. After the dragon head aura was shattered, Tang Tianlong managed to block Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's strike. However, he was already at a disadvantage. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's sword was like bamboo, leaves being blown by the wind. They were densely packed and came from all directions without any pattern. They were light and fleeting, and their trajectories were hard to find. It was very difficult for Tang Tianlong to block them. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo is so strong. Tang Tianlong doesn't have any strength to fight back. Although Tang Tianlong was a genius of the Longjian clan, there was still a gap between him and Sword Monarch Green Bamboo. Facing a powerful opponent whose attainments in the way of the sword were above his, it was already a testament to his outstanding willpower that he could hold on until now. Tang Tianlong gritted his teeth and glared at Sword Monarch Green Bamboo. A golden aura erupted from his sword like a gust of wind. Then, he became one with his sword, transforming into a golden dragon that blasted towards Sword Monarch Green Bamboo with unparalleled dominance. This was the last move of his counterattack. However, Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's figure dissipated once again, causing the sword to miss. Shortly after, a gust of wind blew from his back. When it hit his back, it became extremely violent and directly blew Tang Tianlong out of the Thousand Sword Arena. Defeated. After a short while, Tang Tianlong was defeated by Sword Monarch Green Bamboo Sword. Once again, the strength of a Sword Monarch was demonstrated. Below the Thousand Sword Arena, Tang Tianlong's expression kept changing. He hadn't suffered any serious injuries from that strike, only minor ones. He also understood that Sword Monarch Green Bamboo had held back. Through this point, it was clear that Sword Monarch Green Bamboo was much stronger than him. "I will challenge you again." Tang Tianlong took a deep breath and said to Sword Monarch Green Bamboo. Then, he turned and strode away. Originally, he was cultivating in seclusion. His cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the 7th level of the extreme mortal realm. His way of the sword had also made great progress. Compared to before, his strength had greatly increased. Therefore, he was full of confidence and directly challenged a Sword Monarch. He didn't expect to fail at the beginning. He also realized that the strength of a Sword Monarch wasn't something he could compare with. After defeating his opponent, Sword Monarch Green Bamboo didn't show any joy or excitement. This was very normal. Is it over? That was amazing. Many people still wanted to see more. Are there any more challenges? Yes, someone wanted to challenge the 77th Sword Pagoda. Chunzong stood up and walked out of the sword tower. Then, he leaped over a few thousand meters like a swallow and landed on the Thousand Sword Arena. In an instant, countless gazes fell on Chunzong. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Looking at him, he doesn't look like someone from our region. Every region had its own uniqueness. Those who were born and grew up in that region would often leave behind the mark of that region. It cannot be seen with the naked eye. It was a kind of feeling, and only those who were experienced, knowledgeable, and sharp enough could see it. To put it more directly, it was like an accent. Different regions had different accents. Some were very obvious, while others weren't. But those who understood would be able to tell. Maybe he's from another continent. The Sword Pagoda in Ming's Sword Continent was quite famous, especially from the neighboring continents. There were many who came because of its reputation. Standing on the Thousand Sword Arena, Chunzong wasn't nervous at all. His heart was as calm as water in an ancient well. At this moment, another figure flew across the sky from another sword tower like a rock spreading its wings. In an instant, he had traveled a few thousand meters and landed on the Thousand Sword Arena. He was 100 meters away from Chunzong. This person had a hooked nose, sunken eyes, and a pair of sharp eyes. His shoulders were broad and thick, and he wore a golden robe that was especially strange. The armpits were even wider. Yu Pengfei of the Golden Rock Sword. His aura is even stronger. With a glance, Chunzong could tell that his opponent was in the middle stage of the extreme 6th level of the mortal realm. As for his attainment in swordsmanship, it would only be clear after the battle. At this moment, the Thousand Swords Forbidden Vital Formation was activated. Under the power of the formation, Chunzong immediately felt that his spiritual power was still. His powerful strength was also affected, but it wasn't as obvious as his spiritual power. Even if he forcefully exploded, he wouldn't be able to break through this restriction. The challenge of the Sword Pagoda was based on swordsmanship. It wasn't directly related to one's cultivation. Yu Pengfei's gloomy and sharp eyes stared at Qinzong as if he wanted to pierce through Qinzong. But he realized that he couldn't see through Qinzong's strength. However, Qinzong looked very young. No matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to his strength. As for Yu Pengfei, after comprehending the insights of the 77th Sword Pagoda, his attainment in swordsmanship had improved significantly. His strength had also become much stronger. I'm not interested in knowing who you are. I only hope that you could take a few more strikes from me and let me enjoy myself more. Yu Pengfei laughed. His voice was slightly hoarse, and it sounded like metal rubbing against each other. It was especially ear-piercing. I'm afraid I can't. Qinzong smiled and said, "Oh, if that's the case, just admit defeat. Otherwise, once my sword is out of its sheath, it won't return without seeing blood." Yu Pengfei thought that Qinzong had admitted defeat, so he sneered. "Make your move." Qinzong was calm and composed. He had the demeanor of a master. The reason why Qinzong asked Yu Pengfei to make a move was that he wanted to see Yu Pengfei's ability, especially his attainment in swordsmanship. After all, Yu Pengfei had to be outstanding to become the pagoda master. Qinzong's attitude made Yu Pengfei snort coldly. His eyes became sharper. However, since Yu Pengfei was so arrogant, he wasn't a kind person either. He didn't hold back. When the ear-piercing sound of the sword rang out, the golden sword light pierced through the air and pierced through the air. This sword was accompanied by a sharp sound. The sword light stretched and curved like the sharp beak of a rock, fiercely pecking at Qinzong. Qinzong's eyes lit up slightly. It was indeed a very exquisite move. It contained some of the essence of the rock. However, the sword missed. Yu Pengfei was surprised, but the sword did not stop. It trembled once again, and an even more resounding cry resounded through the world, tearing through the clouds. Immediately, the sword light turned into a golden rock, flying across the sky and rushing towards Qinzong. The golden rock had a wingspan of 10 meters. It was dazzling and lifelike. It was as if a real rock had spread its wings and flew in front of everyone. The golden rock sword lived up to its name. Qinzong narrowed his eyes slightly. He could clearly see that the golden rock was made up of countless strong sword qi. Each sword qi was astonishingly powerful. Its sharp beak, wings, and claws could all be used to kill people. This move was also the culmination of the golden rock sword and the Peng flying sword. It was perfected after comprehending the sword insights in the 77th Sword Pagoda. Today, it was displayed before everyone's eyes. The golden rock spread its wings and flew across the sky. The terrifying sword pressure melted the hard thousands-word platform, leaving a straight sword mark that extended as the golden rock moved forward. In front of the golden rock, Qinzong stood motionless, as if he was stunned. Just as the golden rock rushed in front of him, Qinzong pulled out his sword. With a flick of his wrist, the heavenly will sword touched the golden rock's head like a phoenix nodding. The golden rock paused, as if it was frozen in midair. This scene seemed to be branded into everyone's eyes. It seemed to last forever. In the next breath, starting from the tip of the sword, the golden rock's head began to disintegrate. It quickly spread to the rest of its body. In the blink of an eye, the lifelike golden rock dispersed like smoke. Behind the smoke was Yu Pengfei's horrified face. Unbelievable. His strongest move was easily broken by the opponent's sword. This couldn't be real. This was a dream. It can't be. Did the two of them discuss it in advance? The surrounding spectators also widened their eyes as they questioned one after another. Chapter 857. With his strongest move broken, Yu Pengfei understood that he was no match for his opponent. Thinking back to what he had just said, Yu Pengfei felt a burning sensation on his face. He wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. However, he didn't dig a hole. Instead, he left the thousand-sword arena unwillingly. Qinzong won, and he won very easily. It was unbelievable. Could it be that this person knows Yu Pengfei? It's possible. Yu Pengfei lost on purpose after discussing with him. Those who weren't knowledgeable were skeptical. However, those with deeper attainments in the path of the sword were frowning deeply. It was because they couldn't tell if it was an act or if it was real. They couldn't see through it. To Chenzong, Yu Pengfei's attainment in the way of the sword was indeed good. He was very close to the level of a sword sovereign. However, Chenzong was a sword king. There was a huge gap between them. It was very likely that Yu Pengfei would never reach the sword king level in his lifetime. After defeating Yu Pengfei, Chenzong became the new tower master of the 77th Sword Pagoda and took back the 1,000 low-grade spiritual sources. May I ask what your title is? The Sword Division member's attitude was obviously much better. He even used honorifics. Heart Intense Sword. Chenzong's thoughts changed slightly. He was no longer in the unhindered sword sect. Moreover, he had embarked on his own way of the sword, the Heart Intense Sword Dao. It couldn't be more appropriate to use Heart Intense Sword as his title. After becoming the Tower Master, you can't leave White Sword City. Otherwise, it will be regarded as giving up the position of Tower Master. The member said again. This was the rule. Otherwise, if someone left White Sword City after becoming the Tower Master and didn't return for a period of time, it would cause others to be unable to challenge them. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to become the Tower Master and comprehend the sword insights in the Sword Pagoda. In addition, you can't destroy the sword insights in the Sword Pagoda. Lastly, if possible, please leave your sword insights in the Sword Pagoda. There were 3 rules, and each of them was reasonable. After all, the sword insights were treasures left by the ancestors. It was a kind of inheritance that couldn't be destroyed. After comprehending it, leaving behind one's own sword insights would make the inheritance last longer. With the Tower Master token in hand, Chenzong headed to the 77th Sword Pagoda. The entire Sword Pagoda was 220 meters tall. It towered above the ground like a huge sword pointing straight at the sky. There was a layer of invisible and colorless energy covering the sword tower. While it protected the sword tower, it also prevented people from entering the sword tower. Only those with the Tower Master's token could enter and leave freely. There were no other buildings within 1,000 meters of the Sword Pagoda, but there were some restaurants 1,000 meters away. Therefore, when Chenzong walked toward the 77th Sword Pagoda, he attracted the attention of many people in the restaurant. When they saw Chenzong walk into the Sword Pagoda with ease, they were all startled. Only then did they realize that the 77th Sword Pagoda had a new master. Stepping into the Sword Pagoda, Chenzong started examining it carefully. The Sword Pagoda had 7 walls of the same height and height. They were about 70 feet tall. Some of the walls were engraved with words, while others were empty. Chenzong glanced at them and found that the words were impressions of swordsmanship or the understanding and comprehension of swordsmanship. In a short while, Chenzong read all the sword insights on the first floor of the Sword Pagoda. These sword insights were undoubtedly treasures for beginners, but for Chenzong, they were very simple. With just a glance, Chenzong could understand all the mysteries. It was better than nothing. There were no stairs in the Sword Pagoda, and there was no need for stairs because those who could enter the Sword Pagoda were all powerful people with high cultivation. Without any pretense, Chenzong rushed straight up and entered the second floor through the circular opening. The 7 walls on the second floor were also 7 meters tall. Most of the walls were engraved with sword insights. Chenzong also read through all the sword insights in a short period of time. Compared to the first level, there wasn't much difference. This meant that the person who left behind the sword insights had similar attainments in the Tao of the sword. He entered the 3rd floor, which was also the last floor. On this floor, there were sword insights left behind by the first master of the Sword Pagoda. The sword insights left behind by a sword monarch were even more precious. However, for Chenzong, the sword insights left behind by a sword monarch were not too profound. After spending some time, Chenzong completely comprehended the mysteries, which made his accumulation in swordsmanship more profound. If it were someone else, such as Yu Pengfei, they might not be able to comprehend all the sword insights in the Sword Pagoda after spending several months. However, Chenzong was different. He completely comprehended them in less than an hour. Facing a blank wall, Chunzong used his finger as a pen to draw on the wall. When his finger fell on the wall, Chunzong felt a hard resistance. Without enough strength, it was impossible to break through this resistance and leave a mark on the hard wall. In other words, without enough strength, it was impossible to leave sword insights here. However, for Chunzong, it was not difficult at all. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong had carved words on the wall. Each word revealed an awe-inspiring sharpness, like an unsheathed sword. It was a ghastly sight. In the end, he left his title, Sword Intent. Not long after, Chunzong withdrew his finger. He glanced at the words he left and nodded to himself. This was a sword insight. It was not Chunzong's sword insight. It was Chunzong's conclusion after comprehending all the sword insights in the Sword Pagoda. It was his own understanding. If someone else were to become the pagoda master of the Sword Pagoda and comprehend these insights, Chunzong's insights will be like a bright lamp guiding them, allowing them to better comprehend these insights. You want to challenge the 76th Sword Pagoda? The members of the Sword Controlling Division were surprised. It had only been a day, but he wanted to continue the challenge. Could it be that he had already comprehended all the sword insights in the 77th Sword Pagoda? However, since Chunzong had issued the challenge, and because he was the pagoda master, he did not need to pay any fees. The challenge was scheduled for the afternoon. When the news spread, many people were surprised. Didn't he just succeed in the challenge yesterday and become the pagoda master of the 77th Sword Pagoda? Now he wants to challenge the 76th Sword Pagoda? What's going on? Could it be that he has comprehended all the sword insights in the 77th Sword Pagoda in just one night? He wants to challenge me. The current pagoda master of the 76th Sword Pagoda was Thousand Shadow Sword Zhao Yu. Although she was a woman, she had a bearing that did not belong to a man. She had also heard that Yu Pengfei of the 77th Sword Pagoda had been easily defeated. Sword Intent Chunzong. Sword Saint Green Bamboo had also received the news. A glint flashed across his eyes. He planned to watch this battle because in the previous battle, Chunzong's sword move had left Sword Saint Green Bamboo puzzled. Basically, the pagoda masters of each sword pagoda would receive the news of every challenge. It was up to them whether they wanted to watch the battle or not. Under normal circumstances, the pagoda masters with higher rankings would not be interested in the challenges of the sword pagoda masters with lower rankings. For example, Sword Saint Green Bamboo would not be interested if he did not see the battle between Chunzong and Yu Pengfei. The challenges in the afternoon came as scheduled. Thousand Shadow Sword arrived at the Thousand Sword platform earlier than Chunzong. Thousand Shadow Sword Zhao Yu, who was dressed in a tight black suit, looked slightly young, but her actual age was much older than her appearance. It was mainly because she had a fortuitous encounter in her early years, so it was harder for her to age. The Thousand Sword Forbidden Primordial Array was activated again. I heard that you defeated Yu Pengfei with a single sword move yesterday. Let me see it for myself, Zhao Yu said with a heroic spirit. Zhao Yu was very clear about Yu Pengfei's strength because Yu Pengfei had challenged her before. Although he lost, that battle was not easy. She did not see the battle yesterday with her own eyes, so she was very confused. Please, Chunzong said unhurriedly. Take this. Thousand Shadow Sword Zhao Yu shouted in a low voice. Her voice suddenly became erratic as she unsheathed her sword. In an instant, hundreds of sword shadows poured down like a torrential rain. Each sword shadow carried astonishing power and was not illusory. The sword shadows were densely packed. It was as if there were 100 swords stabbing at the same time, like a violent bombardment. Chunzong stared at the hundreds of sword shadows. At a glance, he completely saw through them. The hundreds of sword shadows were like nothing. Chunzong directly saw through Zhao Yu, who was behind the sword shadows. Immediately, the heavenly will sword was unsheathed. Little by little, the hundreds of sword shadows paused. Then, like smoke blown by a strong wind, they suddenly dissipated. Zhao Yu's face was horrified. She could not understand what was going on, but she did not sit still and wait for death. She attacked again. This time, she used all her strength. Thousands of sword shadows came out together and intertwined with each other. It was even more mysterious. This move was Zhao Yingyu's ultimate move. It was called the Thousand Shadow Chaotic Slaughter. Even without the support of spiritual power, it was still very strong. Yu Pengfei was also defeated by this sword. Chunzong was slightly surprised. It was indeed a very mysterious sword move. Its power was also very strong, making it difficult to dodge. It was as if no matter where one dodged, they would be hit. Moreover, each sword carried a powerful force. If it were someone with similar strength as Zhao Yingyu, it would be very difficult to take this sword. However, Chunzong's strength far exceeded Zhao Yingyu's. His attainments in the way of the sword were also much better than his opponents. Of course, on the thousand-sword arena, spiritual power would be suppressed and could not be used. One could only use the way of the sword to determine the winner. The will heavenly sword trembled slightly, and the sound of the sword seemed to resound through the clouds. Then, the sword slashed out, and a faint golden sword light streaked across the sky. The sword shadows gradually dissipated like smoke blown by a strong wind. This sword fell on Zhao Yingyu's neck. The cold sword edge made Zhao Yingyu tremble involuntarily. There was an indescribable horror. Even her strongest ultimate move was easily broken by her opponent. This also showed that her opponent's attainments in the way of the sword were indeed much higher than hers. I lost, Zhao Yingyu generously admitted. With your attainments in the way of the sword, you should be able to directly challenge a sword monarch. Chunzong only smiled slightly and did not answer. Chapter 858. In the 76th Sword Pagoda, Chunzong left behind his sword insights. Then, Chunzong challenged the 75th Sword Pagoda. He defeated the current master of the 75th Sword Pagoda with a single stroke and became the new master. After that, Chunzong left behind his sword insights. In the 77th Sword Pagoda, there was already a new master. When he was comprehending the sword insights, he saw the one left behind by Chunzong and couldn't help but study it. After a period of time, he suddenly had a feeling of being enlightened. I see. I understand now. He raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh. A problem that had been bothering him for a long time was suddenly solved. After a deeper comprehension, he gradually discovered that this piece of sword insight, from shallow to deep, was actually quite helpful in comprehending other pieces of sword insight. Finally, he looked at the title of the person who left behind this sword insight. Heart Intense Sword. Heart Intense Sword, could it be him? The person was shocked. On the first day, someone defeated Yu Pengfei of the Golden Rock Sword and became the new master of the 77th Sword Pagoda. His title, Heart Intense Sword, was also heard by everyone for the first time. On the second day, Heart Intent Sword challenged again and became the master of the 76th Sword Pagoda. On the third day, Heart Intent Sword became the master of the 75th Sword Pagoda. On the fourth day, Heart Intent Sword became the master of the 74th Sword Pagoda. On the fifth day, Heart Intent Sword became the master of the 73rd Sword Pagoda. Today was the sixth day. It was said that Heart Intent Sword had issued a challenge, and his opponent was the current master of the 72nd Sword Pagoda. The previous 5 Sword Pagoda masters were all defeated by Heart Intent Sword Chunzong with a single stroke. According to speculation, Heart Intent Sword Chunzong's attainments in the way of the sword were very likely to reach the Sword Monarch level. Comprehending the sword insights left behind in the 5 Sword Pagoda in succession did give Chunzong some inspiration. Wisps of inspiration flashed in his mind and slowly accumulated, waiting for a quantitative change to lead to a qualitative change. It was still the 1,000 Swords platform and the 1,000 Swords forbidden energy formation. Chunzong's opponent was Jin Hongjian, the master of the 72nd Sword Pagoda. I heard that you defeated those 5 people with a single stroke. I wonder if you can defeat me with a single stroke? Jin Hongjian chuckled, his eyes shining. If you can't defeat me with a single stroke, then you lose. Shameless. I've heard of this Golden Rainbow Sword's character before. It's indeed not worthy of praise. How about it? Do you dare or not? Say it. Golden Rainbow Sword was proud of himself. As you wish. Chunzong's expression did not change at all. The sword of will is too confident. I like people like that. Arrogant. Everyone had their own preferences. Some people admired Chunzong very much, while others disliked him. Whether they admired him or disliked him, it didn't affect Chunzong at all. Okay, remember what you said. The Golden Rainbow Sword chuckled, as if his scheme had succeeded. Immediately, the sharp sword was unsheathed, and its shocking sharpness shot straight into the sky. It was like a golden rainbow that traversed the sky, and with shocking power, it slashed towards Chunzong. The sudden sword was very powerful, and it showed the Golden Rainbow Sword's amazing attainments in the way of the sword. After the Golden Rainbow Sword slashed out, his body rushed forward with the golden rainbow light, approaching Chunzong. In an instant, he passed through the rainbow light, and with a wave of his sword, dozens of rainbow lights shot from all directions. The third stroke, the Golden Rainbow Sword, appeared in the sky. He turned into a rainbow and became one with the sword. Like a golden light, he struck down directly from the sky with unparalleled power. Even though he couldn't use his spiritual power, the Golden Rainbow Sword still used all his strength to perform these 3 strokes in a row. Each stroke was powerful and unavoidable, and they were all connected. The Golden Rainbow Sword was very confident. Even if a Sword Monarch Realm expert suddenly faced his 3 strokes, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with, let alone defeat him with 1 stroke. As long as his opponent couldn't defeat him with 1 stroke, he would lose. If his opponent didn't admit it, his reputation would be damaged, and he would become a person who didn't keep his words. If he admitted it, his reputation would be strengthened. The ultimate achievements of martial arts and swordsmanship often had nothing to do with one's character. Some people had good characters, but they didn't achieve much in the end. Some people were sinister and despicable, but they still stood at the peak. The Golden Rainbow Sword's plan was very good. As long as Chunzong couldn't defeat him with 1 stroke, the Golden Rainbow Sword would benefit. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo frowned slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He didn't dare to compliment the Golden Rainbow Sword's character. Then, he couldn't help but worry and look forward to it. Although the Golden Rainbow Sword's character wasn't good, he had to admit that the 3 strokes were very powerful, especially when they were combined. Facing such an attack, Sword Monarch Green Bamboo knew that even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat the Golden Rainbow Sword in 1 stroke. At most, he would be able to resist the 3 strokes. Then, how would Chunzong deal with it? Would he be able to defeat all of his opponent's attacks with 1 stroke, like before? Chunzong's previous response had been very confident. This made Sword Monarch Green Bamboo feel an inexplicable feeling and anticipation. In an instant, Chunzong was engulfed by countless rays of light, especially the majestic ray of light that descended from the sky. It was extremely vast and carried an extremely shocking impact. It seemed as if it wanted to shatter the entire thousands-word terrace into pieces. All around, the spectators widened their eyes and mouths. Without using spiritual power, the Golden Rainbow Sword was able to exert such shocking power with only his swordsmanship. It was extremely shocking. In the face of such power, even an initial-stage mortal realm warrior would find it difficult to resist. Chunzong's expression didn't change. Then, he unsheathed the heavenly will sword. The melodious sound of the sword rang out, surging in all directions and entering everyone's ears. Everyone only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and a shocking light bloomed. It was extremely stunning. It was a lotus flower that bloomed in the midst of countless golden rainbow lights. The sword lotus. The sword lotus bloomed. In the pale golden light, there were traces of blood flowing. It was extremely beautiful and extremely sharp. Suddenly, it shattered all of the rainbow lights around it. Then, a ray of sword light shot up from the center of the sword lotus, piercing through the majestic rainbow lights that fell from the sky with irresistible force. The majestic rainbow lights looked very powerful, but under the attack of the sword light from the center of the sword lotus, they were as fragile as tofu. They were instantly pierced through. The rainbow lights exploded and dissipated in midair. Jin Hongjin's body flew high into the air and quickly flew out of the thousands-word arena, followed by a trail of blood. The sword lotus looked very dazzling, but in fact it was only one stroke. After falling out of the thousands-word arena, Jin Hongjin got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale. Chunzong's stroke was very powerful, and his chi and blood were still shaking. Humph! With a cold snort, Jin Hongjin turned around and strode away. Since he had already lost, he still had some sense of shame. It was best to leave quickly. So powerful. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's pupils constricted as he stared at Chunzong. He was extremely shocked. Just now, Chunzong's stroke made him feel that he could not resist it. Based on his way of challenging, he will soon challenge me, Sword Monarch Green Bamboo said to himself. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel some anticipation in his heart. He was looking forward to the battle with Chunzong. It was a battle of swords. Did you see that? That move is not only strong, but also very beautiful. It's too beautiful. It's like a blooming lotus flower. Only then did the people in the spectator seats react, and they exclaimed one after another. The heavenly will sword returned to its sheath. Chunzong walked down the thousands-word arena and obtained the Tower Master token of the 72nd Sword Pagoda. He then walked towards the 72nd Sword Pagoda. The stroke that he used just now was like a blooming lotus flower. In fact, it was not a special move. It was purely a stroke of inspiration that Chunzong came up with to deal with Jin Hongjin's attack. It was also due to the insights that he had gained from comprehending the swords in the 5 sword pagodas over the past few days. Stepping into the 72nd Sword Pagoda, Chunzong comprehended the sword insights carved on the walls level by level. In an extremely short period of time, he comprehended the sword insights and integrated them into his own, further strengthening his foundation. Chunzong's challenge set off a storm in White Sword City. The storm swept across and shook the entire White Sword City. Everyone knew the title of the Heavenly Will Sword Pagoda. In the City Lord Mansion of White Sword City, the City Lord, who was also the strongest swordsman in White Sword City, was listening to the report from his subordinates. The Heavenly Will Sword Chunzong. The City Lord sat on the highest seat, his slender body straight like a sword pointing to the sky. Find out the origin of the Heavenly Will Sword Pagoda. Yes, the subordinate responded respectfully. Then, as if a gust of wind had blown past, the figure disappeared. However, the City Lord was not surprised. White Sword City was one of the 7 great sword cities of Bright Sword Continent. In terms of power level, it had also reached the upper grade level. Moreover, it belonged to a higher level among the upper grade sections. In addition to the uniqueness of having a city as a power, it was well-connected and well-informed. In White Sword City, there was also a department that specialized in collecting and organizing information. Not long after, all kinds of information regarding the Sword of Will Chun sect was sent to the White Sword City Lord, the top genius of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. The City Lord's eyes lit up slightly. The Tai Yuan Heaven sect. It was one of the top 15 forces in the Blue Waves continent. It was more than 10 times stronger than White Sword City. There was no comparison between the two. Since he is the top genius of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, I'm afraid my White Sword City is not attractive to him. The City Lord muttered to himself. Originally, he wanted to recruit Chunzong and nurture him well to enrich White Sword City. Therefore, he sent people to investigate the identity and origin of Chunzong. Since Chunzong was the top genius of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, and White Sword City was far inferior to the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, Chunzong could not become a member of White Sword City. Other than the City Lord of White Sword City, there were other people who were investigating the identity and origin of Chunzong. Chunzong did not deliberately hide it, so it was not difficult to investigate. Gradually, a group of forces found out about Chunzong's origin, and so on. Chapter 859. The storm of challenges was still raging in White Sword City. Chunzong, the mind-intent sword, issued a challenge once a day. In each battle, he defeated his opponent with only one strike and replaced him. Now, Chunzong was the master of the 65th Sword Pagoda. Repeatedly comprehending the insights of the sword allowed Chunzong's accumulation in the Tao of the sword to become even more vigorous, and a strange feeling was on the verge of bursting out. After comprehending the inner breath of the 65th Sword Pagoda, Chunzong left the Sword Pagoda. He planned to go to the Sword Palm Department to apply for another challenge. However, a figure walked toward him. The man's long red robe fluttered in the wind. He walked with a majestic gait and a threatening aura. On his long robe, there was an even more dazzling picture of the sun. It was vivid and seemed to be constantly emitting a shocking heat that lit up the surroundings. He had a square face, and his eyes revealed a hint of dominance. When his gaze fell on Chunzong's face, Chunzong immediately felt a wave of heat spreading toward him. "I'm here to look for you." The square-faced man in the red robe stood in front of Chunzong and spoke very directly with a hint of dominance in his voice. "What can I do for you?" Chunzong asked in reply. "I'm a master of the 55th Sword Pagoda, Sir Red Sun Sword." The square-faced man in the red robe spoke first. He pointed out his identity. "Chunzong, the mind-intent sword, you're extremely talented, especially in the way of the sword. It's amazing. You flatter me." Chunzong smiled slightly. "Let's not beat around the bush. I'm here to recruit you on behalf of the force behind me," Sir Red Sun Sword said directly. "Since you want to recruit me, you must have investigated my background, right?" Chunzong asked in reply. "Yes, you're the #1 genius of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect." Sir Red Sun Sword smiled and said, "But we're more suitable for you than the Tai Yuan Heaven sect because we only have sword cultivators and only accept sword cultivators. You're a genius in the way of the sword. Only by joining us can you have a better development," Sir Red Sun Sword said firmly. "Thank you for your kindness," Chunzong simply said. He had no intention of leaving the Tai Yuan Sky sect and joining the other party. "I'll give you some time to think about it. Some opportunities are gone if you miss them." Sword Monarch Red Sun narrowed his eyes, and the sharp light in his eyes seemed to pierce through Chunzong. Then he restrained himself and said to Chunzong in a superior tone. It was as if joining them was a great honor. Although Chunzong was curious as to where Sword Monarch Red Sun came from, he did not try to find out. Apply for a challenge and wait. The target has been contacted, but the other party is unwilling. Sword Monarch Red Sun sent out a message. Such a genius of the way of the sword can only belong to our guild. If we can't get him, then we'll destroy him. Soon, a message came back. I'm not good at recruiting people, but I'm good at destroying geniuses. Sword Monarch Red Sun put away the strange-looking token and grinned. A ferocious look flashed across his eyes. The storm of challenges continued to sweep through White Sword City. Big news! Sword of Intent Chunzong is finally going to challenge Sword Monarch Green Bamboo. It's finally Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's turn. From the start of the Sword of Intent challenge, I knew that he would challenge a Sword Monarch one day. I didn't expect it to be so soon. His previous challengers were all below the Sword Monarch level. At first, they might find it exciting, but after watching it for a while, they would feel numb. Now, Chunzong was finally going to challenge a Sword Monarch level expert. There was a huge difference between the Sword Monarch level and the Sword Monarch level. The Sword of Intent must be at the Sword Monarch level. That's right. It should be changed to Sword Monarch of Intent in the future. I wonder who is stronger between the Sword of Intent and Sword Monarch Green Bamboo. The challenge had yet to begin, but the city was already in an uproar. One was a rising star, a Sword Dao genius suspected to be at the Sword Monarch level, while the other was a veteran Sword Monarch level expert. The battle between them would definitely be exciting. Under the anticipation of the crowd, the challenge began as scheduled. On the Thousand Sword Arena, Chunzong and Sword Monarch Green Bamboo were 100 meters apart. In the Sword Tower, those who had been defeated by Chunzong were all present. There were also a few Sword Monarch level experts present, including Sword Monarch Red Sunday. Sword Monarch Red Sun didn't pay much attention to Chunzong's previous battles. Although he did watch, his opponents weren't strong enough, so he couldn't see the depth of Chunzong's Sword Dao. Now, his opponent was Sword Monarch Green Bamboo. A Sword Monarch level expert would be able to test Chunzong's Sword Dao. Staring at Chunzong, Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's calm eyes gradually became calm. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Let's fight." With a low chant, the green bamboo spiritual sword was unsheathed. With a flash of green sword light, it was as light as a bamboo leaf fluttering in the wind. It streaked across the sky, crossing 100 meters in an instant, and attacked Chunzong. Without the use of spiritual power, the power of this strike was still shocking. It was enough to kill an ordinary initial stage mortal realm expert. However, such a strike was only Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's probing. Chunzong didn't move. With a flash of sword light, the bamboo leaf-like sword chi was instantly shattered. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword shot out in a straight line and arrived in front of Sword Monarch Green Bamboo in an instant. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's expression suddenly changed. He finally understood what Chunzong's previous opponents felt. Chunzong's sword gave him a feeling that he couldn't dodge. It was as if the surroundings were filled. No matter where he dodged, he would be hit by the sword. Since there was no way to dodge, then there was no need to dodge. Swordsman Green Bamboo's spiritual sword shook, and the two swords clashed. The green bamboo spiritual sword instantly bent, and then burst out with a strong rebounding force. It swept across the sky and instantly attacked Chunzong. Chunzong's eyes lit up. What he was interested in was Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's bamboo in the wind technique. He stabbed out again. After shattering the sword chi, he hit the body of the green bamboo spiritual sword and bent it again. Then, Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's arm trembled slightly. Then, he moved the sword as if he was using his own arm. The body of the sword instantly straightened, and a strong force was released from the body of the sword. This strike not only contained Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's own strength, it also carried a part of the rebounding force. With the combination of the two, the strike was even more powerful. It sounded simple, but it was a profound skill. And now, Chunzong wanted to understand the principle of this skill and master it. If Sword Monarch Green Bamboo knew what Chunzong was thinking, he would be very surprised. The bamboo in the wind technique wasn't created by Sword Monarch Green Bamboo. It was passed down by chance, and he had practiced it for many years before he could truly master it. It took him even more time to master it. Strike. Rebounding. Strike again. Chunzong experienced the unique skill again and again. The hard, intense sword is indeed at the level of a Sword Monarch. I can't defeat Sword Monarch Green Bamboo in a single strike. If he can defeat Sword Monarch Green Bamboo in a single strike, he will probably be at the level of a Sword King. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's figure drifted like a bamboo leaf blown by the wind. He blew towards Chunzong. With a sword in hand, he shook it. Countless sword shadows swept out with the wind like thousands of bamboo leaves. They were everywhere. The wind whistled and the bamboo shadows swayed. In an instant, Chunzong seemed to have sunk into a bamboo forest. The leaves rustled, and the world was filled with a desolate killing intent. It was chilling. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's figure disappeared completely. It was as if he had merged with the wind and transformed into the bamboo forest. The green bamboo spiritual sword also seemed to have split into thousands of bamboo leaves. A bamboo leaf drifted down silently. It flashed with an extremely sharp edge. When it was a few meters away from Chunzong, it suddenly exploded with astonishing speed and tore apart the sky. Chunzong swung his sword and shattered the bamboo leaf that was condensed from sword chi. In an instant, it was like he'd poked a hornet's nest, and the myriad of bamboo leaves shot over swiftly. Sharp howls that caused one's scalp to go numb suddenly resounded on the thousand-sword arena. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong was drowned by the bamboo, leaves condensed from sword chi. The world was filled with killing intent. In an instant, the sword beam bloomed like a lotus. As it bloomed, it blocked all the bamboo leaves' attacks and shattered all of them. Amidst the rustling sounds, a figure flickered in the sky. Every time it flashed, it would constantly approach Chunzong. The green bamboo spiritual sword struck down from the sky. Chunzong looked up. The heart-intense sword also stabbed up into the sky. It was a peerless strike. This strike contained two forces. First, it broke the power of Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's sword strike. Under the impact of the second force, it also shattered the rebounding power of Sword Monarch Green Bamboo, canceling each other out. Immediately after, Chunzong's arm bent like a bamboo and then rebounded. The third force was released. This strike was completely unexpected. It was impossible for Sword Monarch Green Bamboo to dodge. He was immediately sent flying. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's body shot up into the sky uncontrollably. His blood and chi surged, but his heart was filled with shock. If he wasn't mistaken, his opponent's third strike clearly contained his superb skill, strong bamboo in the wind. However, he used his sword to display strong bamboo in the wind, while his opponent used his arm to display strong bamboo in the wind. The principle was the same. Without giving Sword Monarch Green Bamboo a chance to think carefully, Chunzong soared into the sky. His sword tore through the air and attacked again. Slash! After losing the initiative, Sword Monarch Green Bamboo was completely at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Chunzong. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo executed bamboo amidst the wind to the extreme in search of a chance to counterattack. However, Chunzong's control of bamboo amidst the wind was becoming more and more proficient. Together with the two forces, it formed a triple force. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo could not find any chance to counterattack. Retreat, retreat, retreat. After retreating to the edge of the thousand-sword arena, Sword Monarch Green Bamboo felt his arm go numb. His blood and chi were in turmoil. Without using spiritual power, he was no match for Chunzong. You won. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo could not help but smile bitterly. Even so, Sword Monarch Green Bamboo did not feel dissatisfied. On the contrary, he had gained something from the battle with Chunzong. From today onwards, the Heart Intent sword should be called Sword Monarch Heart Intent. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo smiled again. Sword Monarch was a title. It was an honorific title. It was not something one could call themselves. One had to be recognized to be qualified to receive it. It represented a kind of honor. Hearing Sword Monarch Green Bamboo's words, Chunzong's expression remained calm. He did not look happy at all. Speaking of which, he was a king-ranked martial artist. In terms of sword skills, he had already reached the Sword King realm. A mere Sword Monarch was naturally nothing to be happy about. Chapter 860. The first master of the 57th Sword Pagoda was a Sword King level expert. It was 280 feet tall and had 4 floors. Chunzong first studied the sword insights left behind by the previous generations. Some were easy to understand, while others required more time. Now, Chunzong was studying the sword insights left behind by a Sword King level expert. Compared to the sword insights left in the previous Sword Pagoda, the difference was obvious. The most direct manifestation of this was that Chunzong was no longer able to complete his comprehension in a short period of time and apply for the next challenge like he did before. It took Chunzong 3 days to comprehend all of the insights of the sword. After that, he returned to one of the insights of the sword. The person who left this sword insight was also a Sword King. His title was Spirit Rhino Sword King. His sword insight was different from the other Sword Kings. It was mysterious and mysterious, making people feel as if they were in the clouds. It seemed to contain unfathomable swordsmanship principles, but it also seemed to be nonsense. So much so that no one who became the master of the Sword Pagoda could understand it. When Qinzong had first tried to comprehend it, he had also felt that the words on it were too weird. Now that he had tried to comprehend it again, he had gained something. It was just a very small gain, but Qinzong could not help but immerse himself in it. After 4 days, Qinzong still didn't issue another challenge. This made people feel puzzled. He must be studying the sword insights in the sword pagoda. It's very profound. It's not easy to comprehend. After 5 days, Qinzong still didn't issue another challenge. 6 days, 7 days, 8 days, 9 days, Sword Monarch Qinzong didn't make a move. The limelight about him gradually died down and was replaced by someone else. The #1 genius of the Sky Sword family, Song Haoming. He fought 3 battles in 3 days and defeated his opponent with absolute superiority in each battle. Currently, White Sword City was filled with discussions about Song Haoming, especially the women. His incomparably handsome appearance was enough to attract everyone's attention. His extraordinary background, superb talent, and powerful strength all made him shine brightly. Latest news. Son of Heaven Sword Song Haoming wants to challenge Sword Monarch of Heart Qinzong. The name Heavenly Sword of Heaven, Song Haoming, had swept through White Sword City in the past 3 days. Everyone was talking about him enthusiastically. As for Qinzong, although the limelight had passed, everyone still remembered his demeanor clearly after only a few days. It could be said that the Son of Heaven's Sword, Song Haoming, and the Sword Monarch of Heart Qinzong were the 2 people in the limelight in White Sword City recently. Moreover, both of them looked very young and were amazing geniuses. Being young, talented, and powerful would attract more attention. Who do you think will win? I think it's Qinzong, the Sword Monarch of Heart Intent. His attainments in the way of the sword are indeed brilliant. I have a different opinion. Sword Monarch Intent is indeed very powerful, but the Son of Heaven's sword is even more powerful. Didn't you see his 3 battles? He defeated his opponent in 1 move with absolute superiority. Sword Monarch Intent hasn't done that before. Everyone had their own opinions, and many people began to argue about this. In the largest restaurant in White Sword City, there were 5 or 6 people gathered in a high-class room. Brother Haoming, after this battle, you will be known as the Sword Monarch. One of the youths raised his wine cup with both hands and smiled at the youth sitting at the head of the table. This cup of wine is my congratulations to you in advance. The youth sitting at the head of the table was handsome and had a red mole between his eyebrows. He looked very noble. His back was as straight as a sword, and his shoulders were wide and thick, as if they could hold up the sky. Just by sitting there, he gave off an indescribably powerful aura, like a divine sword that could suppress a mountain. It was the Son of Heaven's sword, Song Haoming. When someone proposed a toast, Song Haoming smiled. He raised his wine cup with one hand and gently took a sip. On the other hand, the person who proposed the toast held the wine cup with both hands and respectfully drank the wine in one gulp. Brother Haoming, this cup of wine is to congratulate you in advance on your sword's prowess. The other person also raised his wine cup with both hands, stood up, and bowed respectfully. Brother, that Sword Monarch of Will, Qinzong, isn't weak either. The youth sitting opposite Song Haoming had a similar appearance to Song Haoming. He was Song Haoming's younger brother, Song Haoyang. It's fine, Song Haoming replied unhurriedly. His tone contained incomparable confidence, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. Sword Monarch of Will is only my first battle after becoming a Sword Monarch. Song Haoyang didn't say anything else. He knew his brother well. Song Haoming had always been confident since he was young. It was this confidence that allowed him to walk ahead of the other disciples of the Heavenly Sword family and become the #1 genius of the Heavenly Sword family. He wasn't even 100 years old, but he was already comparable to many elders in the family. Challenging me, Qinzong, who was comprehending the insights of the sword in the 57th Sword Pagoda, was startled when he received the news. It was normal for him to be challenged by others when he challenged others. In the afternoon, Qinzong, who had been silent for several days, appeared before everyone once again. Standing alone on the Thousand Sword stage, Chunzong's expression was calm. His aura was like an ancient well without any ripples. He was paying attention to his surroundings while he continued to comprehend the insights of the sword in the 60th Sword Pagoda. Where's the Son of Heaven's sword? Why isn't he here yet? Could it be that he's not coming? How is that possible? He must have been delayed by something. After nearly half an hour, which was also the time limit set by the challenge, the Son of Heaven's sword Song Haoming finally arrived. Song Haoming's tall stature and broad shoulders made him look very imposing. He walked over step by step, and the red mole between his eyebrows seemed to be flickering with red light. It emitted an invisible pressure that could be felt. As soon as Song Haoming appeared, everyone's gaze shifted from Chunzong to him. It was as if he had become the center of the world in an instant. Song Haoming's expression did not change, but a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He liked this feeling, being the center of attention and the center of the world. It was as if everything revolved around him. It brought him an incomparable sense of satisfaction, and it made his aura more condensed. Chunzong's expression changed slightly when he sensed the change in Song Haoming's aura. He was a little curious, but after thinking for a while, he roughly understood what was going on. When he was 100 meters away from Chunzong, Song Haoming stopped in his tracks. His eyes were as dazzling as the sun as he stared at Chunzong. It was as if all secrets were exposed. This was a gaze that contained incomparable confidence. Under this gaze, those with weak willpower would feel weak, but it was ineffective against Chunzong. "My sword dominates everything," Song Haoming said. Song Haoming opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but contained an unparalleled dominance. It was as if his words were enough to make everyone submit to him. Shortly after, the sword on his back flew into the air. A purplish gold sword light rushed into the clouds, dyeing the sky red. A domineering aura swept out like a storm. "Everything must submit to my sword." It was like an oath, but it was also the Sky Sword family's sword principle. The Sky Sword was the most domineering in the world. Its aura was incomparable. If an opponent of the same level did not have a superior inheritance, they would not be able to withstand it. This kind of powerful aura that shocked the surrounding spectators did not affect Chunzong in the slightest. Song Haoming's eyes narrowed slightly. He was a little surprised. "My sword dominates the world." With a low shout, Song Haoming raised his hand to grab the falling long sword and suddenly slashed out. The purple gold sword light was majestic and mighty, as if it was dominating the world. The sword was incomparably domineering. This kind of domineering aura was grand and majestic. It was as if a purple gold thunderbolt had struck the sky. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Before this, Song Haoming's 3 opponents had been defeated by this move. Unsheathing the sword, a wisp of sword light was extremely nimble, causing one's mind to unconsciously follow the sword light and float up like an immortal. It was as if following this sword light, one had broken free of all restraints and wandered freely between the heavens and the earth, doing as one pleased. What a brilliant sword principle! Sword Saint Green Bamboo was stunned. Soon after, he sighed with emotion. After a few days, Chunzong's attainments in the sword principle seemed to have become even more brilliant. Unless Chunzong had hidden something during the previous battle. The agile sword's trajectory was unpredictable. It was as unpredictable as one's mind. Song Haoming was slightly startled, and his overbearing and mighty sword strike instantly missed. A wisp of incomparably nimble sword light, like a bouncing star, flew over at an astonishing speed. Sky Sword Sect, Emperor's Descent. Song Haoming swung his sword again. As the sword light spread out, it enveloped his body. The purple gold radiance was like a dragon robe on his body. It was extremely majestic. The radiance was vast and mighty, and no evil could penetrate it. It blocked Chunzong's sword across the sky. Sky Sword Sect, Emperor's Vassal. The second sword strike was launched. The purple gold sword light seemed to have crossed 100 meters in an instant and appeared above Chunzong's head. This sword strike was like an order from the Emperor. If the Emperor wanted the vassal to die, the vassal had no choice but to die. A thought kept telling Chunzong that he was the emperor's vassal. He should surrender and accept death. With a change of thought, the thought was instantly crushed. Then, the purple gold sword light was also shattered by Chunzong's sword strike. This sword strike could not do anything to Chunzong. Song Haoming's expression became colder and colder. He was like the emperor was angry. At the same time, Chunzong stabbed out with his sword. It was an ordinary-looking sword with a clear trajectory. It seemed as though it could be easily avoided. However, just as Song Haoming was about to dodge, his face suddenly flickered and he felt his mind trembling. He could not help but ask himself, "What is this?" Song Haoming was talented and had a strong will. In an instant, he felt that something was wrong. He immediately suppressed the questioning in his heart and forced himself to wake up. However, Chunzong's sword was already in front of him. Song Haoming did not have time to dodge. To outsiders, it seemed like Song Haoming could not avoid it. Hastily, Song Haoming unleashed the Son of Heaven's descent to protect himself once again. A tyrannical power burst forth from Chunzong's sword, shattering the protective sword. The terrifying impact caused Song Haoming to retreat continuously. Immediately after, Chunzong gripped his sword with both hands and swung it diagonally. The sword light was like a crescent moon as it slashed through the air, once again striking Song Haoming's body. It directly sent Song Haoming flying out of the Thousand Swords platform and falling down. Chapter 861. Like a defeated rooster, Song Haoming left dejectedly. He was completely different from when he first arrived. The defeat of the Emperor's sword was beyond many people's expectations. It also made Chunzong, the Sword Prince of Intention, famous again. Not only that, but Chunzong's name also spread outside of White Sword City. The other 6 sword cities also knew about him. After defeating Song Haoming, Chunzong did not enter the 57th Sword Pagoda again. Instead, he applied to challenge the 56th Sword Pagoda. The pagoda master of the 56th Sword Pagoda was also a sword prince. He was on par with Sword Prince Green Bamboo, so he was naturally no match for Chunzong. After defeating his opponent, Chunzong became the pagoda master of the 56th Sword Pagoda. He began to comprehend the insights in the pagoda. Lingxi's Sword King. There were also insights left by Lingxi's Sword King in the 56th Sword Pagoda, but they were slightly different. It's time to challenge me next. Inside the 55th Sword Pagoda, Sword King Red Sun chuckled with a sharp glint in his eyes. This wait lasted for 7 days. On the Thousand Sword Arena, Chunzong and Sword King Red Sun stood opposite each other. A scorching aura constantly emanated from Sword King Red Sun's body. After this period of time, have you considered my suggestion? Sword Monarch Red Sun asked Chunzong straightforwardly with a smile. Chunzong only shook his head. The smile on Sword Saint Red Sun's face disappeared as he snorted coldly. His face was filled with anger, but shortly after, a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes. Chunzong frowned slightly when he saw this. Since that's the case, let me have a taste of Sword Monarch Heart's brilliant moves. As soon as he finished speaking, red light filled the air. With a violent sword hum, a red sun rose behind Sword Monarch Red Sun, wantonly emitting shockingly hot ripples. The red sun hung in the sky and shone brightly, illuminating the entire Thousand Sword Arena. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at it directly. Sword Monarch Red Sun leaped into the air and slashed down with his sword. An overbearing, blazing red sword light pierced through the air, as if it had split the Thousand Swords platform into 2. With an extremely ferocious power, it slashed towards Chunzong. Chunzong frowned slightly. He had been through more than a dozen challenges, but this was the first time he felt a murderous intent. Generally speaking, this kind of challenge was more of a competition, and there was rarely any killing intent. Even if there was, it would not be strong. However, Chunzong felt a strong killing intent from Sword Monarch Red Sun's sword. If there was even the slightest chance, Sword Monarch Red Sun would not hesitate to kill him. Sword Monarch Red Sun followed closely behind, and the blazing red sword slashed down once again. It was hot and domineering. In the martial Dao, domineering killing techniques were very common. The Son of Heaven sword, Song Haoming sword, was also domineering. Similarly, Sword Monarch Red Sun sword was also domineering. However, there was a difference between their domineering techniques. Sword Monarch Red Sun's domineering technique was as domineering as the sun. It was powerful and extremely hot, as if it wanted to crush and burn everything into ashes. On the other hand, Song Haoming's domineering technique wanted to make everything submit to him. Chunzong narrowed his eyes. From Sword Monarch Red Sun's attack, he could feel that Sword Monarch Red Sun was much stronger than Sword Monarch Green Bamboo. Without dodging, Chunzong unsheathed his heavenly will sword and slashed it upwards. Using ingenuity, he shattered Sword Monarch Red Sun's first sword light and clashed with Sword Monarch Red Sun's second sword. The two forces exploded. Then, Chunzong's arm bent like bamboo and instantly bounced back, exploding with a third force. Sword Monarch Green Bamboo sword was somewhat flexible because it could be easily bent. However, Chunzong's Heavenly Will sword was shockingly hard. Although it was flexible, it did not have much flexibility. Chunzong looked for another way, using his arm as a replacement. Under the three forces, Sword Monarch Red Sun's sword bounced back. The huge impact sent Sword Monarch Red Sun flying backwards. Chunzong waved his hand, and the sword light flickered in the sky, approaching Sword Monarch Red Sunday. Then, it slashed on his Sword Monarch Red Sun's body, but was blocked by his Sword Monarch Red Sun's sword. A powerful force suddenly exploded from his sword. It was ferocious, like a volcano erupting. There was a difference between watching from the sidelines and experiencing it personally. Sword Monarch Red Sun also realized that Chunzong was very strong. It would not be easy to get rid of him. Sword Monarch Red Sun held the sword with both hands. Sword Chi burst out and a red light shone. As he swung his sword, it was as if a domineering red sun was drawn in front of him. An extremely violent aura was emitted from the domineering red sun. Red Sun's descent. The vigorous sound roared. Sword Monarch Red Sun merged with his sword and turned into a huge blazing red sun. It emitted an extremely high temperature and a violent power that could destroy everything. It bombarded Chunzong like a huge burning fireball. The terrifying aura made Chunzong's expression change abruptly. His eyes became solemn. This move gave Chunzong a feeling of destruction. It could destroy everything, including the earth. It could destroy everything. An astonishing killing intent also burst out completely. In the spectator stands, everyone was shocked because they could feel the strong killing intent contained in this move. How could it be? In the Sword Tower, some of the Sword Tower masters who were watching the fight also changed their expressions. In a challenge, the winner was usually determined, not life and death. Now that Sword Monarch Red Sun's killing intent was so strong, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Chunzong on the spot. Was there any irreconcilable hatred between them? Chunzong would never show mercy to someone who wanted to kill him, unless he was no match for him at the moment. He held the sword with both hands and shook his wrist. The sword vibrated slightly and hummed like a swarm of bees. It made people's scalps tingle. Immediately, Chunzong held the sword and slashed forward. He didn't use his spiritual power, chi power, or void sword strength. He just used his ordinary strength to wield the sword. The power of this move was amazing. Scar of Heaven. On the Thousand Sword platform, Chunzong used this extremely powerful move for the first time. The air was cut open, leaving a faint black sword mark that seemed to extend endlessly. Sword Monarch Red Sun used his strongest move to kill Chunzong. Because Chunzong refused to be recruited, Sword Monarch Red Sun's strong killing intent also stimulated Chunzong's killing intent. Thus, he used Scar of Heaven, which was an extremely powerful move. You want to kill me, so I'll let you die. It was that simple. The expressions of the people around changed greatly. They could clearly feel the terrible power contained in Chunzong's sword. especially the experts at the Sword Monarch realm. They could feel it more clearly. It was a kind of determination and sharpness that could even tear the sky apart. It was like a collision between heaven and earth. A violent and blazing fireball fell from the sky like a scorching sun with endless violence and destruction. However, Chunzong's sword cut open the sky like a hot knife through butter. It rose into the sky and slashed toward the blazing sun. Both moves contained amazing killing intent and unparalleled faith. Without using spiritual power or other powers, the strength of the two was related not only to the level of the swordway attainment, but also to one's faith. Cut off all faith, tear all faith, destroy all faith. At the moment when the two swords collided, the space of the entire 1,000-sword platform froze. No sound came out, as if it had fallen into a silent world. It seemed as if thousands of years had passed, but in fact, it was only a moment. As if the shackles were lifted, the sword light suddenly became extremely dazzling, as if it was branded in the sky. It was impossible to look directly at it. The blazing and violent sun was also split in two in an instant. Boom! The blazing suns that had been split apart fell from the left and right, bombarding the 1,000-sword arena, causing it to tremble incessantly. Violent waves of heat surged out like torrential waves, crashing into the edge of the 1,000-sword arena. However, they were blocked by the grand formation, turning into torrential waves that rushed into the sky, as if wanting to burn Chunzong into ashes. However, Chunzong soared into the sky in the endless flames and slashed his sword at the horrified Sword Monarch Red Sunday. This scene was extremely shocking. If you want to kill me, then you must be prepared to die. The sharp sword light tore through the sky and rapidly enlarged in front of Monarch Red Sunday. The world disappeared and was completely filled. Horror emerged from the deepest part of his heart. The shadow of death shrouded him, making him extremely frightened. Stop! I'm from the Skyscraper Society. Shocked, Sword Monarch Red Sun quickly reported his identity. When he tried to recruit Chunzong, he did not mention the force behind him. He deliberately created a sense of mystery to attract Chunzong. Unexpectedly, Chunzong was not interested at all. Only now, when he failed to kill Chunzong and was facing death, did Sword Monarch Red Sun report his identity and origin. In Bright Sword Continent, the Skyscraper Society was very famous and mysterious. Even the City Lord's mansion of White Sword City did not want to be enemies with it or offend it. After all, an expert at the Sword Monarch level was very precious. Sword Monarch Red Sun thought that Chunzong would stop after he reported his identity, but Chunzong ignored him and continued to slash at him. From the moment Sword Monarch Red Sun tried to kill him, he was destined to die. The 1,000-sword platform did not explicitly state that killing was not allowed, but in most cases, it was only to determine the winner. In serious cases, the opponent would be seriously injured. That was all. There were very few cases of life and death. For many years, no one had died in the 1,000-sword platform. But now, someone had died, and it was a Sword Monarch level expert. Although there were many Sword Monarchs in White Sword City, there were not many of them. Every Sword Monarch level expert was famous and rare. They could be called the mainstay of any force. After all, a high cultivation did not mean that one was qualified to be called a Sword Monarch. It represented one's attainment in the Sword Tao. Blood splashed and dyed the 1,000-sword platform red. Sword Monarch Red Sun's body fell heavily onto the platform. With a bang, the platform shook. His eyes were wide open, full of fear, unwillingness, and a trace of regret. If he had not tried to kill Chunzong, he would not have been killed. Then, Chunzong's body fell like a feather. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.